not enough to meet the challenges faced by nations on the front lines of the climate crisis. I'm also pressing to remove the obstacles that prevent small island states and least developed countries from getting the finance they desperately need to save lives and livelihoods. We need new eligibility systems to deal with this new reality. Delay means death. I take inspiration from all those on the front lines of the climate battle fighting back with solutions. All development banks, multilateral, regional, national, know what needs to be done. Work with governments to design pipelines of bankable adaptation projects and help them find the funding, public and private. And every country must honor the Glasgow Pledge to strengthen national climate plans every year until they are aligned with 1.5 degrees Celsius. The G20 must lead the way, or humanity will pay an even more tragic price. I know people everywhere are anxious and angry. I am too. Now is the time to turn rage into action. Every fraction of a degree matters. Every voice can make a difference, and every second counts. Thank you.
Selanjutnya, untuk lebih memahami skala kedaruratan iklim di tingkat negara, izinkan saya untuk mengajak seluruh delegasi untuk menyimak video singkat dari Konferensi Perubahan Iklim COP26 yang telah berlangsung di Glasgow tahun 2021. Video ini menampilkan Bapak Samuelu Penitalateo, Ketua Parlemen Tuvalu. Tuvalu merupakan salah satu negara pulau dan berkembang di kawasan Pasifik yang mengalami secara langsung efek yang sangat merugikan dari perubahan iklim.
Tuvalu is a very small country. Even on the main capital island where I live, we have about half of the population of Tuvalu, 6,000 people living on it. The islands are just like in the Maldives. They're only a couple of feet above sea level. So for sure, with the sea level rise coming into place, we are already affected. Like what my Prime Minister said in the COP, that we need action. Because a sea level rise is happening right at our doorstep. So there is a big change in the weather patterns of Tuvalu. And the sea level rise is affecting our crops. We have a kind of a potato which we call a pulaka, which is a giant taro. This is the stable diet of my people. Now it is very hard to grow this giant taro because the salt is entering into the water lenses. So it's very hard to plant. Now people are beginning to plant on top of the soil. You cannot plant in the soil because the water there is full of salt because of the sea level rise. My 10-year-old grandson asked me, hey, when you go to that meeting in Scotland, are we going to be able to live in Tuvalu after you come back? I said, the answer depends on those big, rich nations who pollute the world with the coal that they burn and all that. And here we are in the Pacific Islands. We haven't contributed anything at all, hardly, to the cause of these big changes in the climate change of the world. And we are paying the price of it. And I think one day we will be forced to migrate. There's a lot of issues, that come together with this climate change thing. And we have this issue of the loss in population from Tuvalu. People, they want to migrate because they see no future in Tuvalu. The dilemma is there. They know that the country is going to be underwater one day. And the only way to save Tuvalu right now is no more talk, but just to build it up. Adapt by building up Tuvalu by another 1 or 2 meters up. And we need that funding to build Tuvalu up in order to save Tuvalu. And I think if we save Tuvalu, we will save Bangladesh, we will save a lot of countries, we will save the world. Thank you.
Selanjutnya, untuk mendengar aspirasi generasi muda, saya ingin memperkenalkan seorang perempuan muda dari Pulau Bali, Melasti Wisan. Melati adalah pemimpin gerakan Utopia yang bertujuan memberdayakan anak-anak muda agar menjadi agen perubahan. Melati juga seorang penggagas dari Bye Bye Plastic Bags, sebuah organisasi yang menghimpun pemuda dari seluruh dunia yang berjuang menghentikan pemakaian kantong plastik. Melati kami hadirkan untuk mengingatkan tanggung jawab kita terhadap generasi muda dan generasi-generasi mendatang bahwa tugas kita adalah meninggalkan bumi yang lebih hijau, lebih sehat dibandingkan dengan yang kita warisi dari para pendahulu. Melati, kami persilahkan.
Learned a lot. From 12 to 21, from a young, inspirational, so cute 12-year-old to what I hope to be today, a confident young entrepreneur and role model for all of the up-and-coming, rising young people. Indonesia, talking about the country that we are in, has a population where nearly 30% is Gen Z. Now, to give you an idea, that's nearly 80 million of us below the age of 30 years old. What are we focusing on? What are we taking action on? What are we passionate about? Well, here are some examples. We heard previously that we need to take action, no more talking. What are some of those tangible actions that young people are doing? Well, we are working towards protecting 30% of the biodiversity by 2030. We are working to bring indigenous communities and indigenous voices into these conference rooms. We're focusing on trying to get more MPAs everywhere around the world, marine protected areas. We want to stop deforestation. We demand that no more new fossil fuel plants are being installed, and we are focusing on accelerating the solutions needed to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which mean we leave nobody behind. I mean, really, we know all of this. I believe that I am preaching to the crowd, preaching to the choir at the moment. All of us know this. We do not need more conferences, more speeches, more time, more research. The climate crisis is here and it's happening. I know it may be difficult to think about it while we're seated here inside, with the air conditioning on, electricity on, but there's floods, there are forest fires, there is ice falling from the sky in places it should not. Climate change is here and it is happening now. It is already a reality for all of us. It means losing our homes. It means becoming climate refugees. It means more diseases, more pandemics if we do not take action now. Now, going back to the youth and to the young people, today I'm 21, and believe it or not, most of the times and in the conferences I attend, I am now the older one. There are more young people getting involved at the front lines at a younger and younger age. It almost feels like every 10-year-old, 12-year-old that I speak to today has an idea, has a vision for a better world, and are leading by example. Young people are more than an inspiration only. We are here for more than just a photo opportunity or a standing ovation. We are serious about change. So my challenge to all of the countries here, invite young people to the tables of decision making. Ask what the solutions they have in mind. Ask them to get involved from the beginning all the way through to the end. Us kids may only be 25% of the world's population, but we are 100% of the future. Remember, we have 7 years, 123 days, 22 hours, and by now, 40 minutes to take action to reverse the climate crisis. We are ready. Are you? Thank you.
Sebagaimana diketahui, sidang IPU memiliki tradisi gender inklusif dengan memastikan partisipasi anggota parlemen perempuan dan laki-laki. Namun, saya sangat menyayangkan ketidakhadiran Ibu Lesia Vasilenko, Presiden dari Forum of Women Parliamentarians, yang tidak dapat menghadiri sidang ini karena situasi krisis di Ukraina. Saya ingin menyampaikan solidaritas kita semua kepada rakyat Ukraina dan menyerukan penyelesaian damai terhadap konflik yang sedang terjadi. Semoga pertumpahan darah dan kerusakan yang lebih lanjut dapat diberhentikan. Selanjutnya, untuk mewakili Forum of Women Parliamentarians, saya mengundang Ibu Ramzi Fayez dari Bahrain ke podium. Ibu Ramzi Fayez, dipersilahkan.
Honorable Madam Speaker, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Madam President of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians, distinguished guests, dear colleagues. I am honored to address the Assembly today as the first Vice President of the IPU Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. I am proud to join this opening of the general debate to replace the President of the Forum, Ms. Lesia Vasilenko of Ukraine, as she defends her country and her people. Today's theme of the general debate on mobilizing parliaments to act on climate change is one that is of great value to women and girls everywhere. Climate change is one of the greatest threats to our societies. Due to human emissions of greenhouse gases, we are on a warming tragedy that is changing how we live. The foundations of our societies, including food, security, health, economy, and infrastructure, will be in jeopardy. Furthermore, the most immediate impact will be on already vulnerable and marginalized populations. With this in mind, let me turn to concrete solutions. First, we must enact proactive measures to increase women's political participation if we are to advance in climate action. Indeed, we know that there is a strong positive correlation between the percentage of seats occupied by women in national parliaments and the prioritization of climate change policy associated with lower CO2 emissions. Research indicates that greater representation of women in national parliaments lead countries to adopt more effective climate change policies. However, there is a disproportionate lack of representation of women in national and global policy spaces. IPU data shows that as of January 2022, only 26.1% of parliamentarians around the world were women. While that figure represents a historic high, it is still far from gender parity. At the current rate, it will still take us 40 years to achieve it. Second, we must advance on gender-responsive climate legislation and policy reform. Climate-related policies and other social policies, including for gender equality, complement one another. The two goals work together, and no climate agenda can succeed without going hand in hand with the gender equality agenda. Third, we need green and gender-responsive institutions. This change must start from our parliaments. New initiatives to make parliaments more environmentally friendly institutions are slowly taking root in different parts of the world. Many parliaments are going green by reducing their environmental footprint, lowering their greenhouse gas emissions, and improving the overall sustainability of their activities. These must go together with our efforts toward gender-sensitive parliaments as well. In moving towards an inclusive green economy, parliaments must take into account gender and other socially differentiated needs. Colleagues, we must increase our actions, not just for our family future, but for the future of our children. We know that we are stronger when we work together as members of parliaments across regions. May our deliberations today bring us closer to our goals in climate response and gender equality. Thank you for your attention, and I wish us all very fruitful deliberations.
Thank you. Kembali lagi pada tradisi, IPU juga memastikan partisipasi anggota parlemen muda. Oleh karena itu, saya mengundang Presiden Forum of Young Parliamentarians, Sahar Al-Bazar dari Mesir, untuk menyampaikan pidato pengantar dari debat umum ini. Kepada Sahar Al-Bazar, dipersilahkan.
Honorable Madam Speaker, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Madam Vice President of Bureau of Women, distinguished guests, dear colleagues. I am very pleased to address you as the President of the Forum of Young MPs. I am also speaking on behalf of the youth and future generations. At the IPU assemblies, we always debate important issues. However, In the minds of young people, climate change is one key issue that defines our time. The next 10 years will determine our world for centuries. The degradation of our environment happened before us youth being born. Yet it is us who will have to suffer the effects, and it is us who will work on repairing the damage. Therefore, we simply have to have a say in the climate action. Exclusion is not only unjust, but it's also not wise, because it will be waste of talents and fresh ideas of the most educated generation in the history. Young people all over are watching how politicians are tackling the climate emergency, and very often they are not satisfied. We can see it in Greta Thunberg of our today. We see it in the movement of Fridays of Future. We see it in millions marching, demanding for actions. Their voices and their solutions need to have a place in our parliaments. This is where young MPs come in. As young people, we are ideally placed in parliaments to bridge the views of youth into parliaments. However, with less than 3% of young MPs under 30, we and the voices we represent are greatly underrepresented. So what can we do? Yes, we must urgently prioritize action to implement Paris Agreement, and to get there, we need more youth participation. We need more young MPs in the parliament. We need to include youth civil society in parliamentary processes, and we need MPs from all ages to listen to the youth and speak on their behalf. There is only one way, easy enough to do right now, is to sign up for the campaign I Say Yes to Youth in Parliaments. You can sign up in our booth, and you can sign up online. Finally, I am pleased to say that my home country, Egypt, is prioritizing youth inclusion in the lead-up process to COP27 conference in Sharm el-Sheikh. The first event will be in May, which is the IPU Global Conference of Young MPs, which will be dedicated to climate action. I hope you all send your delegations of young MPs. In September, Egypt will host with UNFCCC Conference of Youth. Both events will feed the youth perspective to the climate change in COP27 conference in November. This is a great example of youth inclusion in important political processes. Ladies and gentlemen, in this defining moment, we cannot exclude anyone from solving the climate crisis, especially youth. Let's work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Saya sampaikan terima kasih kepada semua delegasi yang telah menyampaikan pidato pengantar general debat, dan sebelum special guest diarahkan untuk meninggalkan podium, kami persilahkan kepada seluruh special guest untuk bisa berfoto bersama di atas podium. Tolong kamera untuk maju ke depan. We will take a picture first before the special guest leave the podium. Kita akan lanjutkan. Sebagaimana diketahui, item 2 agenda Assembly ini adalah consideration of request for the inclusion of an emergency item in the Assembly agenda. Saya ingin mengingatkan kepada semua delegasi bahwa batas waktu untuk mengajukan emergency item adalah pukul 17 WITA hari ini. Izinkan saya untuk selanjutnya menyampaikan beberapa hal terkait tata tertib persidangan atau tata tertib sidang. Pertama-tama, sesuai tradisi, urutan pembicara pada general debate akan dimulai dengan segmen untuk ketua parlemen. Kami merasa sangat terhormat menyaksikan kehadiran dari begitu banyak delegasi dari seluruh dunia pada IPU Assembly ini. Saya ingin menyampaikan bahwa tata tertib telah diikuti dan bahwa urutan pembicara, baik untuk pemimpin parlemen maupun pembicara kedua dan selanjutnya telah ditentukan dengan cara diundi. Daftar urutan pembicara telah didistribusikan untuk semua delegasi di ruang sidang ini. Kedua, melihat tingginya kehadiran delegasi pada sidang ini, maka steering committee pagi ini telah memutuskan untuk memberikan waktu berbicara sepanjang total 6 menit untuk setiap delegasi parlemen dan 7 menit untuk delegasi yang dipimpin oleh ketua parlemen. Anggota parlemen muda yang telah mendaftarkan diri untuk mengikuti debat umum akan diberikan tambahan waktu 2 menit. Permanent observer akan diberikan waktu berbicara maksimal 3 menit. Saya meminta kepada semua delegasi untuk memperhatikan alokasi waktu ini saat menyampaikan pidatonya. Terkait dengan protokol kesehatan COVID-19, demi kesehatan kita semua, masker wajib dikenakan setiap saat ketika delegasi sedang berada di tempat duduknya. Saya juga ingin menyampaikan, mengingat masih ada delegasi yang belum mendaftar untuk berbicara, maka pendaftaran pembicara masih dibuka hingga besok Selasa 22 Maret tepat pada pukul 12 siang. Saya juga ingin mengingatkan para delegasi bahwa delegasi berhak mengusulkan salah satu anggotanya selaku Vice President of the Assembly. Saya mengundang semua delegasi yang belum memberikan usulan untuk menyampaikan nama kandidat mereka kepada Sekretariat IPU. Merupakan suatu kehormatan bagi saya untuk memimpin sidang ini bersama-sama dengan para Vice Presidents selama berlangsungnya sesi General Debate beberapa hari ke depan. Terakhir, kepada delegasi yang terhormat, saya ingin menyampaikan bahwa dalam rangka mendukung kegiatan sidang, di kedua sisi panggung terdapat 2 petugas yang akan dengan senang hati membantu menyampaikan pesan-pesan Anda kepada saya atau kepada sekretariat. Di hadapan Anda telah tersedia daftar urutan nama-nama yang sejauh ini telah mendaftar untuk menyampaikan pidato di General Debate. Akhir kata, saya ingin meminta sekali lagi kepada semua delegasi untuk memperhatikan waktu berbicara yang dialokasikan. Hal ini agar semua delegasi yang sudah mendaftar mendapatkan kesempatan dan kita bisa menyelesaikan general debate sesuai dengan jadwal yang sudah ditetapkan. This is the first one. Okay. Selaku pembicara pertama adalah PH Kacavivi, delegasi from Namibia. Selanjutnya diikuti oleh BS Park, Republic of Korea. Dan selanjutnya adalah Ertal BL Alami, delegasi from Maroko. Waktu dan tempat kami persilahkan. Wait. The microphone is off. Please, technician.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
You can start.
Madam President, President of IPU, Secretary General of IPU, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen,
Okay, so
allow me on behalf of the Namibian Parliament to thank the government and the Parliament of Indonesia for the warm welcome extended to our dedication. Today, the 21st of March, is our Independence Day. We celebrate 32 years since the attainment of our freedom and independence. Madam President, the theme of this assembly is topical and relevant to parliaments across the world. I would like to take this opportunity to share the experience of Namibia on this very important topic, as well as the efforts to address climate change that are being driven by the government and the two houses of the Namibian parliaments, both of which are represented at this auspicious occasion. Furthermore, Madam President, we have committed ourselves as Parliament to the inclusivity of the youth and children's voices in these endeavors. Therefore, I have the pleasure to inform you that today, as part of our delegation, we have 2 members of the Namibian Children's Parliament. Namibia is a hot and dry land, and the fact that we have a small population spread across the vast area of our land shows the challenges of human settlement in our country. Namibia does not contribute significant amounts of greenhouse gases to global emissions. However, our population is negatively impacted by the emissions of other countries. We have already started the experience of the impact of climate change, with a long period of drought that lasted 5 to 7 years in most regions of our country, and increased flooding in some areas of our country this year as the drought ended. At the current rate of climate change, it is estimated that the human annual temperatures in Namibia will increase further by 2.7 degrees Celsius in the next 2 decades, and that annual rainfall is likely to decrease. The impact of climate change in Namibia is mostly felt in the agricultural sector. Namibia exports beef to Europe, Asia, and later to the United States of America. Livestock production is a major income generator in the agriculture sector. However, it is threatened by climate change, and in the most recent drought, reduced livestock number considerably. The majority of Namibians rely heavily on the rain-fed agriculture and livestock production, and are thus extremely vulnerable to climate change. It negatively impacts food security and affects the most vulnerable population of our country, especially women and children. In Namibia, especially in our rural communities, women play a very vital role in securing food and income through food harvesting activities. Madam President, I would like to emphasize the need for countries to work in partnership with each other towards developing strategies that reduce vulnerability to climate change and improve adaptive capacities. Our policies need to ensure the participation of women and children and other vulnerable groups and offer training and appropriate local knowledge for adaptation. Namibia has developed a national climate policy, which is a legal framework meant to address climate change, vulnerable population, and Namibia's adaptive capacity. This policy is regularly reviewed in terms of its implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of climate change mitigation strategies. Madam President, the Namibian President, His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, recently introduced the Green Hydrogen Initiative, being undertaken in partnership with other countries. These initiatives aimed to transform our economy and tap into abundant resources that have a great potential for producing renewable energy. It is also reiterates our commitment to tackling the impact of climate change. The Namibian Parliament shows you of its commitment to give this subject the necessary attention to address the negative effects of climate change and its devastating impacts. That said and done, thank you very much for your attention. Tarima Kasi, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. B.S. Park from Republic of Korea, you have the floor. Followed by Mr. Ertal B.L. Alami from Morocco.
존경하는 각국 대표단 여러분, 대한민국 국회의장 박병석입니다. 먼저 코로나19 팬데믹의 어려운 여건 속에서 전 세계 의회가 함께하는 자리를 마련해 주신 IPU와 인도네시아의 푸안 의장님께 감사의 말씀드립니다. 지상낙원이라고 불리는 이곳 발리는 지구가 얼마나 아름다운 행성인지를 새삼 일깨워줍니다. 그런 지구가 신음하고 있습니다. 동토의 시베리아에 폭염이 닫히고 열사의 사막에 눈보라가 몰아칩니다. 폭우와 폭설, 폭소와 혹한이 때와 장소를 가리지 않고 세계를 위협하고 있습니다. 한국은 최근 발생한 산불로 산림 지역이 큰 피해를 입었습니다. 다행히 세계는 2015년 파리 협정을 맺어 소중한 행성 지구를 지키기로 다짐했습니다. 2022년 현재 138개 국가가 탄소 중립을 선언하였습니다. 문제는 실천입니다. 오늘 행동하지 않으면 내일의 지구는 없습니다. 존경하는 대표단 여러분, 우리 의회가 지구촌 탄소 배출 제로 운동에 앞장서야 합니다. 각국 의회 대표단에 몇 가지 제안을 드리며 아울러 대한민국 국회의 탄소 배출 감축 노력도 함께 소개하도록 하겠습니다. 첫째, 실행의 선도자가 됩시다. 기후위기는 지구의 내일이 아닌 오늘을 위협하고 있습니다. 정부와 의회가 온실가스 감축 목표를 설정하고 이행하는 일을 의지를 갖고 실천합시다. 2020년 대한민국 국회는 탄소 배출 제로 달성을 위한 전 세계적 노력에 동참하기 위해 기후위기 비상대응 촉구 결의안을 의결하였습니다. 지난해 대한민국 국회는 탄소 중립 비전과 이행체계를 법제화한 기후위기 대응을 위한 탄소 중립 녹색성장 기본법을 제정하였습니다. 이를 바탕으로 대한민국 정부는 같은 해 11월 제26차 유엔 기후변화협약 당사국 총회에서 국가온실 감축 목표를 상향 조정하였습니다. 2030년까지 2018년 대비 40% 감축하는 목표를 세웠는데 이는 종전 목표보다 약 14%포인트가 상향된 수치입니다. 대한민국 국회 스스로도 2030년까지 친환경 국회를 만들 계획입니다. 디지털화를 가속해 종이 없는 국회를 만들 것입니다. 청산의 공용 차량을 친환경 차량으로 바꾸고 있습니다. 친환경 고효율 제품 사용을 확대하고 있는 것입니다. 둘째, 정의로운 전환의 수호자가 됩시다. 기후위기는 약자를 먼저 공격합니다. 의회가 나서서 탄소 중립 사회로의 전환 과정에서 취약계층이 희생되지 않도록 수호하는 역할을 하십시다. 대한민국 국회는 친환경 녹색 경제로의 이행 과정에서 발생하는 부담을 사회적으로 함께 나누는 정의로운 전환을 기후위기 대응의 기본 원칙으로 설정하였습니다. 대한민국 국회는 정부로 하여금 취약계층에 대한 사회적 안전망을 마련하고 취약지역을 특별지구로 지정해 지원하고 있습니다. 탄소 중립 사회로의 이행 과정에서 발생하는 경제적, 환경적, 사회적 불평등을 해소하기 위해 노력하고 있는 것입니다. 셋째, 녹색 산업의 촉진자가 됩시다. 탈탄소 경제로 이동은 신기술과 신산업을 필수로 합니다. 친환경 녹색 산업의 전환한 기업들이 신기술과 신산업을 통해 새로운 도약을 할 수 있도록 의회가 촉진자 역할을 해야 합니다. 대한민국 국회는 정부와의 협력 아래 기업이 친환경 저탄소 시스템을 도입하는 과정에서 첨단 산업으로 진출할 수 있는 그린 뉴딜 정책의 기반을 마련하였습니다. 대한민국 국회는 에너지 전환과 녹색 산업 육성 등 그린 뉴딜 정책을 전하기 위한 법과 제도를 정비 중에 있습니다. 기후위기 대응기금을 설치하여 탄소 중립 사회로의 이행과 녹색 성장 촉진을 위해 필요한 재원을 확보하고 있습니다. 존경하는 각국 의회 대표단 여러분, 경제가 어렵거나 정치와 안보가 불안정하면 환경은 뒷전으로 밀릴 수 있습니다. 그러나 기후위기를 해결하지 못하면 경제는 물론 정치와 안보도 안정을 꾀할 수 없습니다. 네, 우리가 정의로운 전환 그리고 의회가 정부와 함께 앞장서서 이제 더 이상 뒤로 미루지 말고 당장 실천해야 합니다. 지금 바로 이 자리에서 실천을 다짐하십시다. 감사합니다.
Mr. Ertalbi El Alami from Morocco, you have the floor, followed by GFN Mudenda from Zimbabwe.
السيدة الرئيس، الزميلات والزملاء، السيدات والسادة، يشرفني أن أتدخل باسم برلمان المملكة المغربية في هذه الدورة التي أحسن اتحادنا باختيار موضوع تعبئة البرلمانات من أجل مواجهة التغيرات المناخية ليكون محورها الأساس إدراكاً منه للمخاطر المحدقة بالبشرية ومستقبل الأرض وللمسؤولية الملقاة على عاتق البرلمانات في درء هذه المخاطر وقلب المعادلات السلبية المسجلة في مجال الاختلالات المناخية. وأود باسم الشعبة المغربية في الاتحاد أن أتوجه بالشكر وبالتهنئة لبرلمان الشقيقة أندونيسيا وسلطاتها على ما أحاطوا به هذه الدورة من عناية وما وفروه لها من أسباب النجاح. ويسرني أن أجدد التأكيد على التزام المملكة المغربية بقيادة صاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس أعزه الله من أجل البيئة وتنفيذ التزاماتها في إطار مؤتمر الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة للتغيرات المناخية، مما جعل بلادي موضوع ثقة المجتمع الدولي بانتخابها في مطلع مارس الجاري في نيروبي رئيسا للدورة السادسة لجمعية الأمم المتحدة للبيئة، لولاية مدتها 2 سنين بعد أن احتضنت مراكش في نوفمبر 2016 الدورة 22 لقمة مؤتمر الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة التي توجت بتدابير عملية لفائدة كوكبنا، وكانت بامتياز قمة إطلاق فكرة ومبادرات العدالة المناخية لإفريقيا. وقد كانت المملكة المغربية سباقة واستباقية في إعمال التدابير الضرورية لحماية البيئة وخفض نسبة الانبعاثات المسببة لارتفاع حرارة الأرض، إذ إن البيئة تشكل سياسة عامة يؤطرها الدستور وتنفذ في إطار سياسات عمومية متعددة، وتشكل مكونا التقائيا في مختلف السياسات الأخرى، وإذ إن الوقت لا يسمح باستعراض مجمل هذه السياسات، فإنه لا بد من التذكير ببعض عناوينها وعلاماتها البارزة، ومنها: أولاً، سياسة المملكة الطموحة في مجال إنتاج الطاقة من مصادر متجددة الشمسية والريحية والبحرية والمائية. ثانياً، السياسة الفلاحية التي تساهم في الحفاظ على البيئة وتوفير الغذاء للمغاربة وتمون العديد من الأسواق العالمية. ثالثاً، التحكم في أنشطة الصيد البحري وإخضاعها لرقابة صارمة والحفاظ على وتيرة تجدد الثروات السمكية. رابعاً، نهج سياسة مائية طموحة متأصلة في مجال تعبئة المياه العذبة وحسن استعمالها في النشاط الفلاحي والصناعي. خامساً، حظر صناعة البلاستيك غير قابل للتحلل والضار بالبيئة وتعويضها بصناعات صديقة للبيئة وإيكولوجية. سادساً، إلزام الجميع بأخذ البعد البيئي بعين الاعتبار في كل المشاريع الاستثمارية، وعدم الترخيص لأي مشروع ما لم تكن وثائقه مرفقة بدراسة حول أثره على البيئة وتثبت احترامه للمعايير الإيكولوجية. سابعاً، تسريع إنشاء محطات إنتاج الطاقة من مصادر متجددة وخاصة الشمسية، حيث تعتبر محطة ورزازات نور من أكبر المحطات العالمية القليلة في العالم لإنتاج الطاقة النظيفة، وتعميم هذا النموذج على مختلف جهات المملكة بما في ذلك مدن الأقاليم الجنوبية نور العيون ونور بجدور والدخلة، التي ستعرف ميلاد مشروع ضخم لإنتاج الطاقة الريحية كلفته حوالي 3 ملايير دولار، والذي سيعتمد آخر التكنولوجيات الحديثة، علما بأن 28 مدينة مغربية من طنجة إلى القويرة بها اليوم مشاريع منتجة للطاقة من مصادر متجددة. وبهذه المشاريع وغيرها المبرمجة، ومع تحرير قطاع إنتاج الطاقة وفتح المجال أمام الإنتاج الذاتي، فإن بلادي اليوم من البلدان الرائدة في العالم في إنتاج الطاقة النظيفة. وفي إطار عقيدة سياستها الخارجية المبنية على التضامن، تحرص المملكة على تقاسم خبراتها وسياساتها مع باقي البلدان الإفريقية الشقيقة من خلال مشاريع رائدة من قبيل مبادرة ملائمة الفلاحة الإفريقية المعروفة بإنيشيتيف 3A's، التي تم إطلاقها من طرف صاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس خلال قمة المناخ بمراكش سنة 2016، برهان خفض هشاشة إفريقيا وفلاحتها إزاء الاختلالات المناخية والنهوض بمشاريع فلاحية في عدد من بلدان القارة، وبالتالي المساهمة في درء الفقر. وعلاقة بمعاناة إفريقيا جراء الاختلالات المناخية، وهي التي لا تتسبب سوى في انبعاث 4% من الغازات المسببة للاحتباس الحراري، نجدد نداءنا لإقامة شراكات منتجة من أجل التصدي لمخاطر الاختلالات المناخية على مواطنات ومواطني إفريقيا، شراكات تخرج عن الفهم التقليدي الضيق للدعم أو التعاون من أجل التنمية ما دامت القارة تتوفر على إمكانيات هائلة بشرية وطبيعية لإنتاج الثروات. من 60% من الأراضي القابلة للزراعة في العالم توجد في أفريقيا. السيدة الرئيسة، الزميلات والزملاء، نتساءل كمشرفين عما الذي يعرقل تنفيذ الاتفاقيات المبرمة في مجال حماية البيئة، وتتعدد الأجوبة عن هذا السؤال، إلا أن الجوهري من هذه العراقيل يكمن في ضعف التزام الحكومات والهيئات المانحة بما يتفق عليه، وضعف التمويلات المتعهد بها لتمويل السياسات وتدابير بديلة لتلك المسببة لانبعاثات الغازات الدفيئة، وضعف انخراط الدول المانحة من الاقتصاد الأخضر والمستدام، وضعف تقاسم التكنولوجيات النظيفة وارتفاع أسعارها، وما التخلف عن الوفاء بالالتزامات إزاء الصندوق الأخضر من أجل المناخ المفروض تموينه ب100 مليار دولار سنويا سوى أحد علامات ضعف هذه الالتزامات. وما من شك في أن جائحة كوفيد-19 كانت امتحانا عالميا ساءل مفهوم التضامن الدولي، وإذا كانت فترة الجائحة غنية بالدروس التي ينبغي أن نوظفها لجهة تطوير توظيف التكنولوجيا الإعلام والاتصال والمعرفة في الاقتصاد والخدمات المستدامة، فإن ذلك يحتاج دائما إلى التخلي عن الأنانيات والتحلي بروح التضامن الفعلي وتقاسم المهارات والمعارف. وإذا كنا في مركب واحد نواجه المخاطر البيئية نفسها، فإن بلدان الجنوب تعاني أكثر من غيرها من انعكاسات الاختلالات المناخية، وتعتبر قارتنا الإفريقية الحلقة الأضعف في هذه المعاناة، إذ يتجسد ذلك في ظواهر الجفاف والتصحر وتدهور الغطاء الغابوي والنباتي والنزوح والهجرات جراء العوامل المناخية. وتعد النساء والأطفال وذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة والمزارعون الصغار الفئات الأكثر تضرراً من التقلبات المناخية. إنها أوضاع تسائل الإرادة السياسية الدولية وتمتحن القيم التي من المفترض أن نتقاسمها، وتسائل بالأساس حس المسؤولية لدينا جميعاً. شكراً على حسن الإصغاء.
Thank you. Next, Mr. GFN Mudenda from Zimbabwe, and then followed Ms. Gotani from Malawi.
Is reframing. Madam President of the Assembly and our gracious Speaker of the Parliament of Indonesia, our Secretary General, dear colleagues, it is instructive that the phenomenon of climate change has intensified globally, progressing at a much faster rate than initially projected by scientists. Climate-induced calamities are on the increase, as witnessed by unprecedented weather patterns and catastrophic droughts, as well as devastating cyclones. To that end, Madam President, our responses as parliaments should be intensified by enacting appropriate legislation for mitigatory measures. Heads of state and government are urged
to assiduously increase their national determined contributions, ambitions, and climate actions towards securing net zero emissions. In so doing, Madam President, they would keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature rise threshold within reach. To this end, Parliament should use their constitutional mandates to ensure that governments meet their mitigatory targets unequivocally through robust oversight on the executive. Accordingly, some of the best practices that parliaments can adopt in greenhouse gas emission reduction towards the net zero agenda include legislating towards incentivizing green infrastructure project implementation, better waste management methodologies, and circular economy. In addition, Madam President, mainstreaming of climate change-related legislation in order to expedite the transition to clean and renewable energy development is necessary. Madam President, Parliaments must ensure that the Paris Agreement, its subsequent Katowice roadmap, and the renewed commitments at the Glasgow 26th Conference Parties 2021 are entirely implemented by all the parties. Furthermore, it is critical that developed countries should honor their 100 billion pledge towards mitigatory measures. To this end, oversight on all mitigation projects and budget allocations must be effectively implemented by parliaments. Similarly, Zimbabwe launched its National Climate Fund in 2021, primarily to give climate action direction and sustainability. For robust oversight, it is an imperative that IPU member parliaments forge strategic partnerships which will enhance the understanding by parliamentarians of climate change discourse multilaterally. Madam President, Zimbabwe's response measures to climate change are guided by the principles of common but differentiated responsibilities, respective capabilities, and climate justice. In this respect, Zimbabwe has raised its commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from 33% to 40% per capita by 2030 in its 2021 national determined contributions, as guided by the implementation of the low emission development strategy. This has been bolstered by Zimbabwe's mainstreaming of the climate change phenomenon into its National Development Strategy 2021 to 2025. Additionally, Zimbabwe is crafting a comprehensive climate change bill whose focus is climate financing, measurement of greenhouse gas emissions, compliance and reporting, as well as verification matrix. May I conclude, Madam President, by saluting the Indonesian Parliament for the hospitable hosting of the 144th Assembly of the IPU and related meetings on this majestic Bali Island. Congratulations, I so submit, Madam President.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Gotani from Malawi, followed by Mr. Nadir from Guyana. And Guyana is the last person before we take a break for the lunch. Please be prepared, Mr. Nadir from Guyana.
Your Honor, the President of the 144th General Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, who is also the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Maharan, the President of the IPU, the Secretary General, my fellow speakers, members of Parliament, leaders of delegation, international observers, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start my speech, my condolences to the Parliament of Uganda for losing Speaker Jacob Olunyana. Our condolences to the people of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, I am greatly honored to stand before this honorable assembly, which is meeting in this beautiful city in Indonesia, to contribute from a Malawi's perspective to the topic, Getting to Zero, Mobilizing Parliament to Act on Climate Change. Madam President, it is now abundantly clear for everyone to see and appreciate the fact that almost all countries on earth are facing and are having to deal with significant consequences of climate change. The challenges of climate change are felt even more in the world's poorest countries, partly because of their low adaptive capacities. Countries in sub-Saharan Africa, where Malawi belongs, are cases in point. Madam President, as a Member of Parliament, I stand here with total conviction that we parliamentarians hold the key when it comes to climate change issues, because we are well positioned through our legislative, representative, as well as oversight mandate to influence greatly the fight against climate change. Madam President, due to climate change, Malawi has experienced and is experiencing right now, it is reeling under the devastating effects of the various cyclones such as Cyclone Idai, Cyclone Ana, last month and a few days ago, Cyclone Gombe, have added a lot of suffering to the poor and vulnerable in Malawi. Madam President, a lot of lives have been lost, infrastructure completely destroyed, sources of income for the poor have been grossly affected. In short, the social and economic fabric which we use to enjoy as a developing country has been grossly affected as a result of climate change. Madam President, as we speak, there are fears once again that yet another cyclone is developing which may affect Malawi and pour more miseries in addition to the current challenges. Madam President, Malawi is currently at the mercy of ongoing dangerous tropical cyclones, which I have mentioned. As a country, we have never experienced these terrible events before, but unfortunately, there's no end in sight to these natural disasters in the near future. And Malawi continues to suffer the consequences of some of these world's worst natural disasters occasioned by climate change. Madam President, as I said, the sad part of it is that these disasters are still continuing rendering much of our population destitute. As we debate this very important topic, I wish to put on record that much of our infrastructure has been destroyed in most parts of the country. This, Madam President, has brought more misery to our vulnerable citizens. Madam President, I am sure you appreciate the magnitude of the challenges which Malawi is suffering, coming as it were hard on the heels of devastating COVID-19 pandemic, which has also had and continues to have a major impact on our economy. Madam President, the climate challenges have had a knock-on effect on our country when we take into account the fact that Malawi is a very poor country, ranked on 163 on the Development Index. What this means, Madam President, is that much as our government is trying all it can to deal with this and assist the suffering people, particularly women and children, Malawi does not have the enormous resource to cope up with these challenges. Madam President, as Parliament of Malawi, we have tried our best and continue to do so to provide leadership and allocate resources within our constitutional mandate towards mitigating the suffering that has been caused by natural disasters. Through our role in considering and approving the national budget, Parliament of Malawi has been in the forefront in ensuring that government allocates enough resources in various ministries and government departments that deal with natural disasters to continue to lead in coming up with workable policies and actions to mitigate climate challenges, issues, and the suffering of our citizens. Madam President, one of the functions of legislation, I believe, is to effectively deal with climate change. Each country needs effective legislation which takes a cue from the global approach to global policies, treaties, or protocols on climate change, which as parliamentarians, we need to harness and come up with legislation where need be. Even at national level, Madam President, it is imperative that as legislators, we ensure that existing laws are in tandem with a new dispensation that is being influenced heavily by climate change. I am glad to report here that Parliament of Malawi is currently considering various pieces of legislation aiming at improving land use, forest and water conservations, with the hope that cumulatively Malawi will significantly contribute to the global action on climate change. Madam President, on the international level, I believe that as representative of the people, we can inform the development of national negotiation positions in protocols and other international agreements on climate change. In addition, as parliamentarians, we should aim at building political and public support for effective and meaningful implementation of the international agreements and protocols that we accede to. One very crucial role for parliamentarians is on oversight for policies, budgets, and implementation of numerous programs on climate change to bear fruit. Parliaments are supposed to and should oversee what and how governments are implementing various action plans within approved legislative and budgetary framework. It is high time, Madam President, for our parliamentarians to consider allocating substantial amount of money in each budget specifically for climate change. Such a deliberate strategy would ensure that resources are available for research and policy review as well as implementation on climate change. As I come to the conclusion, Madam President, allow me, Madam, to join fellow speakers of Parliament who have taken the floor before me to thank the Executive Committee for coming up with this topic, which is not only timely, but quite relevant at this time of the year when countries like Malawi, Mozambique, Madagascar, and many others are reeling under and grappling with the serious devastation that have been caused by climate change. Malawi therefore calls upon the delegates of the 144th General Assembly to embrace this opportunity and come up with resolutions that would assist our parliaments to mobilize resources, commitment, and zeal in dealing with climate change. Madam President and distinguished delegates, thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now, please take a floor, Mr. Nadir from Guyana.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, first the Guyana delegation thanks you and the organizers of the IPU, for the excellent facilities you have provided for us here in Bali. Madam President, climate change is like the Russian invasion of the Ukraine. We all know it's happening. However, we fail to take serious action to mitigate and stop it. Like all countries here, we are at the front line of the negative impacts of climate change. In several areas, we've had to raise our sea defenses 2 feet. Water wells in our interior areas have to be dug to 100 feet, and we suffer the ravages of weather swings, the El Nino and La Nina patterns. Madam President, Guyana is making a commitment, and for us to get to zero, all of us will have to unite and be a hero. Guyana will have to pass at its parliament a resolution that will bind its government and future governments. Why? We have a democracy where governments change. And when governments change, policy changes. The one glue would be to have a resolution of Parliament. And in this regard, today, I have been heartened to hear of the resolutions from Korea and from Zimbabwe with respect to binding governments. And this is a recommendation we want to make to other countries whose parliament have not done so. Madam President, my Attorney General will be speaking later, and I now cede my remaining time to him. As the saying goes, politicians have to learn to stand up, speak up, and shut up. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Sesi pertama General Debate sudah terlaksana dengan baik. Kita akan lanjutkan General Debate pukul 14.30 WITA. Kami harapkan kepada para peserta untuk bisa hadir sebelum pukul 14.30 sehingga kita bisa secara tepat waktu melanjutkan General Debate. Dan pada pukul 17 WITA, General Debate untuk hari ini akan kita selesaikan dan beranjak ke item 2 agenda sidang, Consideration of Request for the Inclusion of an Emergency Item in the Assembly Agenda. Dengan demikian, saya tutup pleno pada sesi pertama. Terima kasih.
masih berusaha dodleng merdana si beri kuria pus moro hubeng sinang tertulo tulo tulo sinang tertulo tulo tulo sinang tertulo tulo tulo sinang tertulo
Dibantun kasuka jadi abdi isi
Cek go snack 1 2. Go snack 1. Oke. Go snack 2. Go snack 2. Go snack 3. Go snack 4. Ini kayaknya tadi agak kecil ini, Mbak. Oke. Sinyal mau ngecek lagi. Go snack 1 2. Cek cek. 6. Go snack 6. Cek go snack 7. Oke.
wonderful.
Objection. Interupsi, cek. Ini satu deret hidup semua ya. Ini satu deret begini. Cek. 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 Terus kamu ngomong, ini tak oke berarti. Cek. 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 Tes. Cek.
Cek. Cek.
Coba dengeran. Dengar nggak?
Cek.
Cek.
Lucky number.
Cek. Halo, Angga.
Ya, Pak
Oke.
Nugroho. Terdengar jelas Pak suara saya di sana?
Oke, sebentar. Halo, selamat siang.
Ya, selamat siang Bapak.
Coba buka maskernya, Gang. Biar ngeliat
Oke.
singnya. Backlight.
Bentar.
Backlight.
Selamat siang, Pak.
Suaranya apakah
Selamat
terdengar jelas?
Jelas, jelas. Boleh sedikit, Pak, di naik.
Kenapa? Suaranya bagaimana?
Cukup, Pak, cukup. Suara cukup jelas.
Oke, sekarang mau
Suara cukup
coba
jelas.
mikrofon delegate ya.
Yap. Bagus ya.
Cek, Mas Andrew. Mas Andrew diminta coba ngomong sama peserta yang di Zoom ini pakai mic yang ada di head table. Pakai gooseneck.
Itu.
Yang di head table, yang di atas meja itu.
Cek. Oh, oke. Bagaimana? Apa terdengar di Zoom?
masih kecil, beta ingat tempo itu. Show mama gendong beta, sambil mama bakar sagu, mama menyanyi buju-buju. Lah sampai pasar begini, beta terlupa mama. Sio mama, beta rindu mau pulang. Sio mama, mama sulia kurus lawangnya. Beta balon balas mama, mama pun capek shodoloe. Sio tete marise, jaga beta pun mama. Berapa puluh tahun lalu, beta masih kecil, beta ingat tempo itu. Show mama gendong beta, sambil mama bakar sagu, mama menyanyi buju-buju. Lah sampai pasar begini, beta terlupa mama. Sio mama, beta rindu mau pulang. Sio mama, mama sulia kurus lawangnya. Beta balong balas mama, mama pun capek shodoloe. Sio tete manise, jaga beta pun mama. Sio tete manise, jaga beta pun mama.
46,000 parliamentarians all over the world. Men and women dedicate their lives to defend freedoms, democracy, the state of law.
Recording in progress.
The international community, IPU, recognize the role that each one deserves. Each year, we will give this award to one parliamentarian. IPU involves more than 46,000 parliamentarians all over the world. Men and women dedicate their lives to defend freedoms, democracy, the state of law.
مساء الخير للجميع وأرجو الجلوس. السادة رؤساء المجالس والبرلمانات، رؤساء وأعضاء الوفود، الحضور الكريم، أود بداية أن أقدم نفسي. أنا المهندس هيثم الزيادين من المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية، نائب رئيس مجلس النواب الأردني. بداية اسمحوا لي أن أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل والامتنان لجمهورية إندونيسيا ممثلة بفخامة الرئيس ومعالي السيد بوان مهاراني رئيس مجلس النواب الإندونيسي. كذلك الشكر الموصول لكل من معالي السيد دوارتي باتشيكو رئيس الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، ومعالي الأمين العام للاتحاد السيد مارتن، وجميع كوادر الأمانة العامة للاتحاد على هذه الاستضافة وحسن الاستقبال والتنظيم الرائع لهذا الحدث البرلماني الهام. والآن نستكمل جدول أعمالنا ونعود إلى بند النقاش العام. واسمحوا لي أن أدعو جمهورية بوتسوانيا لأخذ الحديث، ومن المتحدث الذي يليه جمهورية مصر العربية أرجو أن يأخذ المكان المحدد لذلك. شكراً.
كيف انت؟ ممتاز. هلا
Mr. President, honorable speakers, honorable delegates, distinguished guests, good afternoon. It's an honor and a privilege for Botswana to join you on this occasion of the 144th Interparliamentary Union Assembly in the beautiful island of Bali in Nusa Dua, Indonesia. May I extend our sincere regards and commiserations as Busana to those we have lost owing to the COVID-19 pandemic and the global strife that continues and we experience it. Climate change is one of those subjects we should talk about because of its existential threat it poses to life on Earth as we know it. For the general debate to focus on climate change clearly demonstrates the seriousness with which we seek to treat this issue as Parliament. For the general debate, Botswana is not exempt from the impacts of climate change, as our economic sectors such as agriculture, water, energy and tourism have been adversely affected, resulting in declined livelihoods of our citizens. The greatly affected are those in the rural areas, as most of our people continue to derive their livelihoods from natural resources, beneficiation, and small-scale rain-fed agriculture. Climate change, therefore, represents one of the greatest environmental, social, economic threats facing Botswana today, as it is projected to increase the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events such as heat waves, droughts, floods all over the world. For countries like Botswana, this could have dire consequences on livelihoods, especially to the poor and the vulnerable, thereby further amplifying existing inequalities among our people, more especially gender inequalities. Parliament urgently needs to ensure that our countries put in place policies and action plans to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to significantly reduce climate change risks and impacts. Parliament of Botswana adopted the climate change policy and institutional framework in 2021 in an effort to respond to existing and potential climate change effects. The policy presents an opportunity for the country to reinstate its commitment in the stabilization of greenhouse emissions in the atmosphere to the required levels as demonstrated by science. A national action plan and strategy to operationalize the policy has been developed, involving a long-term low-carbon strategy, a national adaptation plan, nationally appropriate mitigation actions, identification of technologies, plan for knowledge management, capacity development, education and public awareness, and a financial mechanism. These commitments are further anchored on our development policies through Vision 2036. We strive for society that is sustainable, climate resilient, and whose development follows a low-carbon development path in pursuit of prosperity for all. As part of our commitment to the Paris Agreement, Botswana has also communicated its nationally determined contributions through which it intends to achieve overall emissions reduction of 15%, through which it extended to achieve an overall emissions reduction by 2030. Our role as Botswana Parliament, therefore, is to strengthen governance and policy and enhance implementation towards transformative climate resilient development, and Botswana Parliament provides an oversight role for realization of policy response measures. In that regard, we have established a portfolio committee on wildlife, natural resources, climate change, and special select committee on SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, I must also, however, indicate that transitional capacities are needed within Parliament to include dedicated resource and capacity committees, as well as their increased involvement in the climate change negotiation platform. One of our key developments in that regard has been climate establishment of Parliamentary Committee of Women, which continues to provide a gender lens into our development agenda, including climate change mitigation. Distinguished guests, similarly, the newly established International Subsidiary Standards Board, which aims to provide a worldwide baseline for climate and environmental, social, and governance disclosure standards, will be a critical step in improving climate-smart investing decision-making. Targeted not to be ensure reduction in emissions, but also ensure that our governments maintain their aim to meet the Paris Agreement's temperature objective at a faster rate in order to combat climate change. We need to intensify our actions and investments needed for a substantial low-carbon future and equitable developments globally. We need parliaments to increase participation in negotiations at regional and international fora. The Botswana economy is primarily anchored on mining and agriculture. The diamonds and beef sectors in particular mean a lot to Botswana and are most energy and water intensive. We therefore require better production technologies, funding, water, energy efficient and climate friendly production in order to achieve development agendas. It is therefore to mobilize our stakeholders to change rules, attitudes, and behavior for achievement of suitable developments. Mr. President, in conclusion, I take this opportunity to call on parliaments to ensure they maintain valuable partners, they remain valuable partners at the forefront to achieve sustainable development for all because of the constitutional advantage they have and they enjoy through lawmaking, overseeing government policies and programs, enacting and scrutinizing government budgets, and responding to views of their constituents. As parliaments, we have the responsibility to shape national climate policies, drive equitable and sustainable development, and fill the important gaps at global, national, and local levels. It remains crucial that parliamentarians are capacitated on issues of climate change to catalyze the process. I thank you, our members, for your attention.
Thank you. الآن أدعو جمهورية مصر رئيس مجلس النواب المصري فليتفضل. والمتحدث الذي يليه غينيا بيساو.
معالي السيد دوارتي باتشيكو رئيس الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، معالي السيد مارتن شونغونغ الأمين العام للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، أصحاب المعالي رؤساء البرلمانات ورؤساء الوفود البرلمانية المشاركين، السيدات والسادة الحضور، أود في مستهل حديثي إليكم أن أعرب عن خالص تقديري وعظيم الامتنان إلى الأصدقاء في البرلمان الأندونيسي على جهودهم المقدرة وما لمسناه من حفاوة بالغة وحسن تنظيم. الحضور الكريم، ليس من المبالغة القول بأن ظاهرة تغير المناخ تعد التهديد الأكبر الذي يترتب عليه آثار كارثية على المجتمعات البشرية والنظم البيئية والأيكولوجية، وهو ما يحتم على المجتمع الدولي بذل جهود حثيثة والتحلي بإرادة جادة وصادقة لمجابهة تلك الظاهرة عبر الحد من الانبعاثات باعتباره هدفاً عالمياً من أجل إنقاذ العالم من أخطار تغير المناخ. الزميلات العزيزات والزملاء الأعزاء، لقد أولت الدولة المصرية اهتماماً خاصاً بقضية تغير المناخ، وضعت خلاله التكيف مع التغيرات المناخية كأولوية رئيسية، وهو ما جعل الخطاب المصري تجاه تلك الظاهرة في مختلف المحافل العالمية يرتكز بالأساس على المسؤولية المشتركة لدول العالم في إنقاذ كوكب الأرض. وفي هذا الإطار انتهجت الدولة المصرية خطاً شاملاً تمضي فيه مجهوداتها الوطنية في مواجهة تلك الظاهرة، إلى جانب الانخراط الإيجابي والمكثف في كافة الأنشطة العالمية لمواجهة تلك الظاهرة. فعلى الصعيد الوطني عمدت الدولة المصرية إلى مراجعة التشريعات والقوانين الخاصة بالبيئة ووضع السياسات الكفيلة بمجابهة التغيرات المناخية عبر رؤية وطنية شاملة استهدفت وضع قضية التحول إلى الاقتصاد الأخضر في مقدمة الأولويات المصرية في إطار الاستراتيجية التنموية المصرية 2030. كما أطلقت مصر على هامش مشاركتها في أعمال الدورة 26 لمؤتمر الدول الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لتغير المناخ بجلاسكو الاستراتيجية الوطنية لتغير المناخ 2050، والتي تسعى لتحقيق أهداف رئيسية تتمثل في تحقيق نمو اقتصادي مستدام وخفض الانبعاثات في مختلف القطاعات وزيادة حصة مصادر الطاقة المتجددة والبديلة في مزيج الطاقة وتعظيم كفاءتها، بالإضافة إلى العمل على تعزيز البحث العلمي ونقل التكنولوجيا وإدارة المعرفة والوعي لمكافحة تغير المناخ وتحسين حوكمة وإدارة العمل في مجال تغير المناخ. وعلى الصعيد الدولي حرصت مصر على الانخراط الإيجابي والبناء في كافة المشاورات والاتفاقيات الدولية لمواجهة ظاهرة تغير المناخ، وترتكز الرؤية المصرية في هذا الإطار على المسؤولية المشتركة لكافة الدول عن مواجهة آثار التغيرات المناخية مع تفاوت الأعباء المترتبة على ذلك بين الدول المتقدمة والنامية. فمع الأهمية القصوى لتضافر الجهود الرامية للحد من انبعاث الغازات المتسببة في ارتفاع درجة حرارة الأرض والتسبب في تغير المناخ، إلا أنه ينبغي أيضاً إيلاء اهتمام كافي بالشق الخاص بالتكيف مع التغيرات المناخية، والتي ألحقت أضراراً جسيمة بالدول النامية على مدار العقود الماضية بشكل أكبر من الدول المتقدمة، نظراً لضعف القدرات المالية والفنية والتكنولوجية للدول النامية. كما يأتي استضافة مصر للدورة 27 لمؤتمر الدول الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لتغير المناخ COP27 هذا العام، ليمثل برهاناً على الإرادة المصرية الصادقة والجادة في بلورة جهد قانوني دولي منظم وعادل في مواجهة ظاهرة التغيرات المناخية. السيدات والسادة الحضور، إننا كبرلمانيين مدعوين أكثر من أي وقت مضى لحشد جهودنا البرلمانية باتجاه دعم مكافحة التغيرات المناخية، سواء على أصعدتنا الوطنية أو في إطار محافلنا البرلمانية العالمية، وذلك عبر عدة آليات أبرزها إلزام الحكومات بتقديم تقارير دورية للبرلمانات بشأن ما تحرزه من تقدم بشأن مواجهة تغير المناخ، فضلاً عن العمل على تحقيق توافق أكبر بين التشريعات والسياسات ذات الصلة بمكافحة تلك الظاهرة الخطيرة، بما يضمن تناسق الجهود الوطنية البرلمانية والحكومية في هذا الشأن، إذ أننا لا نتحمل مسؤولية أجيالنا فقط، وإنما نرفع عن كاهل الأجيال القادمة هذا الخطر المخيف. وفي الختام أتمنى لأعمال اجتماعاتنا كل التوفيق والسداد، وأشكر حضراتكم شكرا جزيلا على حسن الاستماع.
شكرا. والآن أدعو تايلاند بسبب عدم وجود غينيا بيساو، والمتحدث الذي يليه الكويت. وأرجو من الإخوة المتحدثين أن نلتزم بالوقت حتى يتمكن الجميع من أخذ فرصته اليوم.
Mr. President, honorable delegates, distinguished participants, right now as we speak here in Bali, the adverse impacts of climate change are becoming more evident and affecting the lives and livelihoods of people around the world, which demands urgent global actions. Thailand thus wishes to commend Indonesia, our host parliament, for reminding us not to let the COVID pandemic overshadow this pressing challenge of humanity, and our mission to curb the rising global temperature, which remains at the top of the IPU's priority list. As one of the world's top 10 countries most affected by the long-term impacts of climate change, and one of the first group of parties to join the Paris Agreement in 2015, Thailand is making a good progress in fulfilling our commitments to achieve the goals and objectives of the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement. Aside from our success in reducing 17% of our emissions in the energy and transport sectors in 2020, meeting our nationally appropriate mitigation action, or NAMA, target, Thailand will take further steps to address climate change. At the 26th session of the Conference of Parties to the UNFCCC, or COP26. In Glasgow last November, the Prime Minister of Thailand announced our new ambitions to reach carbon neutrality by 2050 and net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2065. Guided by Biocircular Green, or BCG, economy model, Thailand will continue to prioritize circular economic system at a faster pace and pursue a greener, digitally driven, and low-carbon path to development by rolling out measures and policies that help the world attain global net zero by 2050. We will push ahead with restructuring the energy industry and focusing on climate-smart infrastructure to accommodate the clean and renewable energy transition trend, and greening the financial system through the ASEAN Low Carbon Energy Program, as well as optimizing energy consumption through innovation and using next-generation technologies for electric vehicle production as part of Thailand 4.0 National Development Strategy. Mr. President, in keeping with Thailand's pledge made at COP26 summit, the Parliament of Thailand stands ready to help strengthen the country's climate action. Therefore, I am personally pleased to inform you that Thailand is now in the process of preparing the country's first ever dedicated Climate Change Act, which includes obligations for the private sector to report their GHG emissions to the National Greenhouse Gas Inventory, while stipulating administrative fines for failure to report such emissions. This legislation would prompt our private sector to start aligning their way of doing business with the country's climate targets. The draft act is expected to go through nationwide public hearings and tabled to the Parliament later this year. To keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius target within reach, Thailand would like to emphasize the need for capacity building, technology transfer, and financial support to assist developing countries in accelerating their mitigation efforts. We are confident that with enhanced support on and access to climate finance and necessary low-carbon technology, Thailand can increase our nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, to 40% and achieve our net zero even before 2065. Mr. President, I wish to close by reiterating that we must turn this COVID-19 crisis into an opportunity. Let us make every effort to recover better and greener by creating more balanced, low carbon, and climate resilient societies and economies that benefit everyone. As the stakes have never been higher, and we have little time left to enhance our climate actions, parliamentarians across the globe need to work together to intensify our actions to tackle the climate emergency and achieve the goals and objectives of the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement at the earliest opportunities. This is an ultimate war that humanity can join hands to fight against global warming, our common enemy, and protect the blue planet, our only home and the future of our next generations. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you. أدعو الآن دولة الكويت والمتحدث الذي يليه دولة أفغانستان.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد النبي الأمين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. معالي الأخت بوان ماهاراني رئيسة مجلس النواب في جمهورية إندونيسيا الصديقة، معالي الأخ دوارتي باتشيكو رئيس الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، معالي الأخ مارتن تشونغ غونغ الأمين العام للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة رؤساء البرلمانات ورؤساء الوفود البرلمانية، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية شكرا على اختيار ملف التغير المناخي والاحتباس الحراري موضوعا للمناقشة العامة لهذه الدورة. إن أهمية هذا الاختيار لا تكمن في حيثيات الملف ذاته بقدر ما تمثله من نموذج للقضايا والأولويات التي يجب أن يتعاطى معها العالم بأسره. وعندما أقول نموذج فأنا أعني تلك المواصفات التي تنطوي عليها تلك القضية، وأهم تلك المواصفات هي عالمية القضية، أي كونها قضية جامعة عابرة للقارات وغير محصورة في إقليم أو منطقة ما من العالم. نحن هنا لا نتحدث عن ملف الفقر أو المجاعات أو التصحر أو حقوق المرأة السياسية مثلا كقضايا حصرية بمناطق وأقاليم ما، بل نتحدث عن قضية تلقي بظلالها وتهديداتها ومآلاتها على كل العالم بأسره. ولن أحتاج عندما أقول عالمية أن أذكر بجائحة كوفيد-19 الذي كشف هشاشة العالم وتشظيه، وكشف فيما كشف خاصة في الأيام الأولى كل أنواع الأنانيات القطرية والمخاوف المتبادلة وسياسات العزل والإغلاق، لدرجة شهدنا فيها كل الممارسات التي تنطوي على الاستئثار وقرصنة اللقاحات وصفقات تحت الطاولة لتأمين الحماية والوقاية، وبشكل هستيري ينطوي على كل النزعات التي اتسمت بالتشكك والأنانية وانعدام كل التضامنات الإنسانية. الأخوة الحضور، نحن أمام معضلة دائمة، خاصة عندما نتعاطى مع قضايا كالتغير المناخي، وهي إن الإنسان لا يتحرك إلا إذا وقعت الكارثة. وكان العالم يظن أن الترتيبات العالمية التي تمت بعد الحرب الكونية الثانية وصدرت من الأمم المتحدة ومنظمات عالمية ملحقة واتفاقيات ومعاهدات حقوقية ذات صبغة إلزامية قانونيا وأخلاقيا، كان يظن أنها ساهمت في إشعار العالم بأن حربا عالمية ثالثة لن تقع، وأن هذا الأمر هو خط أحمر لن يسمح به العالم. لكننا كنا نفشل دائما. لقد كانت الحرب الباردة وحروب الوكالة في كل مناطق العالم شاهدا على أن الخطر ماثلا دائما، من الحرب الكورية وفيتنام وخليج الخنازير وربيع براغ وأفغانستان وأنغولا وغيرها، والعالم يشهد تلك الحروب التي جميعها كان يمكن تفاديها. وها نحن الآن وبعد 77 عاما من انتهاء الحرب الكونية الثانية نشهد مواجهة عسكرية مؤسفة بين روسيا وأوكرانيا، ونسمع مرة أخرى كلمات مثل نووية وكيميائية وحرب عالمية ثالثة، كلمات يفترض أنها أصبحت جزءا من التاريخ لا تستخدم إلا على سبيل الردع والتهديد. إنما يحدث دليل آخر على هشاشة الترتيبات العالمية ودافع قوي على ضرورة أن ينتبه العالم إلى خطورة ممارسات الإنسان الذي يدعي التحضر والتمدن وحصانته من التهور واللعب بالنار. إن أهمية ملف التغير المناخي تكمن في هذا البعد، عالميته وخطورته وما ينطوي عليه من تهديد، وهو تهديد شامل لكل البشر باختلاف أقاليمهم وأديانهم وأعراقهم. والأهمية الأخرى تكمن في أن الإنسان لا يريد أن يتحرك إلا بعد أن تقع المصيبة والكارثة، وحينها يكون الوقت قد تأخر. ولأن العالم صغير جدا فليس هناك قضية إقليمية أو حصرية، إن مجاعة في قلب أفريقيا هي تهديد لشمال أوروبا وأمريكا وشرق آسيا ولو بعد حين، وأزمة اقتصادية في أقصى الشرق هي أزمة لكل أسواق العالم، ووباء في أمريكا اللاتينية هو تهديد للصحة العامة في العالم القديم، تماما مثلما احتلال غاصب وممارسات غير إنسانية كتلك التي يقوم بها نظام كالنظام الصهيوني في فلسطين هي جرح مفتوح وتقويض للسلم والأمن الدوليين في كل قارات العالم. الأخوات والأخوة، لا أحد محصن في هذا العالم، ولا أحد بمنأى عن أي كارثة وإن بدت إقليمية أو مناطقية. كنا في السنوات السابقة نتحدث عن الإرهاب، وكنت أقول في مثل هذه المؤتمرات لا أحد بمنأى عن الإرهاب، وإن انفجارا في بغداد أو القاهرة أو كابول سيسمع دويه في بروكسل وباريس ولندن. لم يكن ذلك تهديدا بل تحذيرا وتذكيرا بصغر هذا العالم وترابطه في عصر التواصل والتكنولوجيا. وأمام كل القضايا التي نناقشها هناك قاسم مشترك، وهو أن علينا العمل الآن، اليوم وليس غدا، عاجلا لا آجلا. شكرا على حسن الاستماع، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا. أدعو الآن دولة أفغانستان الإسلامية والمتحدث الذي يليه مملكة البحرين.
به نام خداوند بزرگ. جناب رئیس و شنوندگان محترم، نخست اجازه بدهید که سمانترین سلام ها و تمنیات نیک خویش و ملت رنجیده افغانستان را حضور شما تقدیم بدارم. متاسفانه بعد از 7 ماه تسلط طالبان در افغانستان، تعهدات آنها با جامعه جهانی از قبیل ایجاد حکومت همه‌شمول، آزادی بیان، آزادی مطبوعات، حقوق خانم‌ها نه تنها که عملی نشده، بلکه در این مدت محدودیت‌های بیشتری نیز وضع گردیده است. شما خود در جریان هستید که میزان فقر، بیکاری به اوج خود رسیده. مردم حاضر به فروش فرزندانشان گردیدند. گراف جرایم جنایی و اختطاف همه روزه روند سودی خود را طی می کند. عفو عمومی آنچنان که گفته می شود عملی نگردیده است و شما خود شاهد محاکم صحرایی جوانان و نیروهای دفاعی و امنیتی ازبق هستید. آزادی بیان که یکی از دستاوردهای 20 سال اخیر مردم افغانستان در تشریک مسائل جامعه جهانی بود، دیگر وجود ندارد. اکثریت رسانه‌های محلی و ملی یا مسدود گردیده و یا سانسور می شوند و صدها ژورنالیست طبقه ذکور و اناث شغل خود را دست دادند. خانم‌ها از ابتدایی ترین حقوق خود مانند کار، تحصیل محروم شده و اکثریت کارمندان حکومت پیشین یا برکنار گردیده و یا هم حقوق امتیازات خویش را در این مدت دریافت نکردند. حریم خصوصی مردم احترام گذاشته نمی شود و در مناطق خاص تلاشی خانه به خانه که انگیزه سیاسی دارد جریان دارد. ضمن قدردانی از کمک‌های بشردوستانه جامعه جهانی در این مدت قابل یادآوری می‌دانم که تا جایی که من و همکارانم در جریان هستیم، این کمک‌ها در اکثر موارد به مستحقین توزیع نمی‌گردد. بحران مهاجرت هنوز کماکان ادامه دارد. طبق آمار غیر رسمی حدود 600 تا 700 هزار نفر تنها در کشورهای همسایه افغانستان در این مدت مهاجرت نمودند و صدها هزار نفر دیگر در انتظار بیرون شدن از افغانستان هستند. من و همکارانم همه در داخل کشور با مردم در تماس بوده و وضعیت را از نزدیک نظارت میکنیم. من یک بار دیگر از همین طریق میخواهم خاطر نشان سازم که تنها راه حل بیرون رفت از وضعیت موجوده تشکیل حکومت همه‌شمول و نظام مردم سالار، اشراک هم اقوام در بدنه قدرت، از بین بردن تبعیض قومی، لسانی، سمتی و احترام به حقوق زنان و آزادی بیان می باشد. بنابراین شما و جامعه جهانی تقاضامندم تا جهت تحقق این اهداف مردم افغانستان را مانند همیشه قاطعانه در این راستا حمایت نمایید. تشکر از توجه شما.
شكرا. أدعو الآن مملكة البحرين للحديث، وجيبوتي غير موجود، سيكون المتحدث الذي يليه جنوب أفريقيا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الصلاة والسلام على أشرف خلق محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، رؤساء البرلمانات والوفود، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. لقد كان جديراً بهذا الاجتماع أن يقام في جزيرة بالي الجميلة بطبيعتها، لتكون مثالاً حياً للفعاليات المنشودة في هذا الاجتماع الذي يضعنا أمام مسؤولية الخروج برؤية فعالة أزاءت متغيرات المناخية المتسارعة، وحتى نتمكن من الحفاظ على هذا الكوكب من الانفلات البيئي الذي ينذر بكوارث يصعب التنبؤ بمداها. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، لقد أضحى تغيير المناخ واحداً من أخطر التحديات التي تهدد مستقبل البشرية، وأصبحت معالجة والتصدي للمشاكل التي يولدها مطلباً دولياً ملحاً وعاجلاً، خاصة في ظل تزايد الظواهر المناخية المتطرفة والتي تنقدح بشكل يومي في مناطق مختلفة من الأرض وبنحو غير مسبوق، حيث خلفت أكثر من 20 مليون لاجئ مناخي في العالم، وإن عداد المتضررين من أفراد ومناطق سيظل يلقي بمؤثراته نحو التزايد المضطرد إذا لم تتداعى البرلمانات والحكومات والهيئات المتخصصة والشركات والأفراد لوضع تدابير وآليات تكبح التسارع في التغيير المناخي. وفي هذه اللحظة التي أتحدث معكم فيها، قد تكون أكثر من بقعة في الأرض تواجه صعوبات بيئية من سيول أو جفاف أو عواصف أو ارتفاع حاد في درجة الحرارة أو اختلال لموازين البيئة كما يحصل في القطب الشمالي. والنتائج التي تلوح في الأفق تنذر باتساع الكوارث الطبيعية والظواهر المناخية العنيفة التي تسبب المزيد من النازحين، ولم نتمكن من الوقوف أمام ذلك كله إلا بوجود إرادة دولية جامعة وتدابير حازمة وفورية وتحول جذري في الآليات والسلوك البشري لكبح المعدلات الهائلة من انبعاث الغازات والاحتباس الحراري الذي يضع الأمن الاقتصادي والغذائي والمائي والصحي العالمي على المحك. ولا شك أن برلمانات العالم بحاجة اليوم أكثر من أي وقت مضى لأن تتحد وتتحرك في سياق موحد لتجاوز التحديات البيئية التي نلامس حساسيتها بمقاربتها مع ما نشهده من آثار وأضرار واسعة تركتها جائحة كورونا وما خلفته من تبعات جسيمة قد تشكل في مجملها جزءاً بسيطاً مقارنة بما قد تحدثه المتغيرات المناخية من ظواهر كارثية في الكوكب والمجتمعات الإنسانية. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، إذا لم نستطع اليوم كبرلمانات وحكومات ومنظمات أن نعمل على صياغة توجه عالمي جاد وإيجاد تدابير طارئة، فقد نضطر مستقبلاً للبحث عن إقامة مدن صديقة للنازحين بفعل الظواهر المناخية، خاصة بعد الصرخة التي أطلقتها الأمم المتحدة والتي أنذرت من تغيرات مدمرة في كوكب الأرض خلال العقود القليلة القادمة، حيث يبقى الرهان على تجاوز تلك التهديدات في تغيير السلوك البشري. ومن الحتمي أننا كبرلمانات يقع على عاتقنا إدماج التكيف مع تغيير المناخ في صلب برامجنا المستقبلية، وأن ندفع لتوفر المزيد من موارد التمويل لتحسين قدرة الحكومات في التعاطي الفعال مع أزمة المناخ، كما يستدعي الواقع أن نستحث الجهود للقيام بالدور الحاسم لكبح آثار الأزمة عبر دعم التوسع في أنماط الأنشطة الاقتصادية الأقل إضراراً بالبيئة، وتشجيع الاقتصاد الأخضر، وتحفيز أنماط الإنتاج والاستهلاك المستدامة التي تضع المعايير البيئية في مقدمة أولوياتها، وذلك عن طريق تحفيز مؤسسات القطاع الخاص للتحرك في إطار الاستهلاك والإنتاج المستدام والتوسع في استخدام مصادر الطاقة المتجددة وتقديم الحوافز المختلفة لذلك التحول. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، لقد كان الحضور العالمي الحاشد في مؤتمر الدول الأطراف 26 في غلاسكو أواخر العام الماضي والوثيقة التي تمخضت عنه مؤشراً للأهمية الفائقة التي ينبغي أن يوليها المجتمع الدولي لهذه القضية. ولقد كانت مملكة البحرين حاضرة في هذا الحدث بوفد رفيع المستوى برئاسة صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سلمان بن حمد آل خليفة ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء حفظه الله، حيث أعلنت دعمها للمبادرة الدولية في مجال تغيير المناخ. وتشارك مملكة البحرين وتنفيذاً للتوجيهات السامية لحضرة صاحب الجلالة الملك حمد بن عيسى آل خليفة عاهل البلاد المفدى حفظه الله ورعاه المجتمع الدولي اهتمامه بتوفير بيئة آمنة للبشرية، فقد قامت بإدماج أهداف تغيير المناخ والرؤية الاقتصادية للمملكة 2030 وبرنامج عمل الحكومة القائم، كما أنشأت العديد من المؤسسات والهيئات الحكومية واللجان لوضع البرامج والسياسات والاستراتيجيات كالمجلس الأعلى للبيئة وإنشاء هيئة للطاقة المستدامة، وعمدت لتعيين مبعوث خاص لشؤون المناخ، وقامت بسن عدد من القوانين واللوائح إنفاذاً للاتفاقيات متعددة الأطراف التي أصبحت المملكة طرف فيها، وصبت تركيزها على رفع مستوى الوعي العام وبناء القدرات الوطنية في المجالات المتعلقة بالبيئة، فيما صادقت المملكة على اتفاقية باريس في ديسمبر من عام 2016 والتي دمجت تهديدات التغيير المناخي في السياسات الوطنية لجميع القطاعات. وحققت مملكة البحرين إنجازات عديدة من خلال تنفيذ الخطط والمشاريع الخاصة بالتغيير المناخي، ومنها مشروع الطاقة المتجدد واعتماد أفضل المبادرات لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة خاصة في مجال خفض الانبعاثات الكربونية. كما يعد تدشين الحملة الوطنية للتشجير تحت شعار دمتي خضراء برعاية صاحبة السمو الملكي الأميرة سبيكة بنت إبراهيم آل خليفة قرينة عاهل البلاد المفدى رئيسة المجلس الأعلى للمرأة أبرز المبادرات في هذا الصدد. أتمنى أن نخرج من هذا المؤتمر برؤية لمواجهة الأخطار المحدقة بكوكبنا وتهديد سبل العيش فيه، وأن نصل إلى الصفر الآمن عبر ما ننشد من تعبئة للبرلمانات من أجل تغيير المناخ. أشكر لكم حسن إصغائكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا. أدعو الآن جمهورية جنوب أفريقيا والمتحدث الذي يليها جمهورية مالطا.
Honorable President of the IPU, Mr. Duarte Poshako, the Speaker of Parliament of the Republic of Indonesia, our host, Chairperson, Honorable Presiding Officers, Honorable Members and distinguished guests. Your Excellency, Madam President of Indonesia in absentia, it is an honor and privilege for me and the people of the Republic of South Africa to be afforded this prestigious opportunity to contribute to the debate of such important theme of the 144th IPU Assembly, Getting to Zero, Mobilizing Parliaments to Act on Climate Change. On behalf of the delegation of South Africa, I wish to express our sincere appreciation for the kind and warm welcome we have received in this beautiful country since our arrival. It will be amiss of me Chairperson, not to mention that in 1961, on this day in South Africa, 69 people were mowed down by the racist regime, and that day has since become the Human Rights Day in South Africa. So today, South Africa is commemorating its Human Rights Day. The 144th plenary session takes place against the backdrop of the COVID-19 pandemic and conflicts across the world that continue to claim the lives of innocent people. Tackling climate change has far-reaching implications for socio-economic development, for production and consumption patterns. Your Excellency, the Chair, the theme of our debate enjoins us to reflect on the question of climate change and the need to mobilize parliaments to act swiftly in reducing its negative effects. We wish to confirm that the Republic of South Africa welcomes the outcome of the concluded Glasgow Climate Change Conference, which calls upon the international community to rally behind a shared objective to inject a greater sense of urgency on the basis of international equity and the latest available science. In our country, we support the government's view articulated by our President on the green recovery for our country. It is our view, Chairperson, that the Rome COP26 legislative prescript can and must safeguard the planet's ecosystems, reduce emissions of greenhouse gases, and limit global temperature increases. In this instance, we call on high-income countries to step up and take responsibility, given the fact that they continue to benefit from the use of fossil fuels. There is still a lack of clear commitment to phasing out fossil fuels by 2050 by some of the key development countries, and there is a lack of clarity on outstanding financial commitments by developed countries on previous gatherings where we feel that they simply don't walk the talk. It may be politically correct for world leaders to make certain statements, but ultimately it is about establishing trust. Trust is important because as developing countries, we come from a situation where all are still caught up in the devastation that was caused by, in our national budget, by the COVID-19 pandemic. As it has been with climate change, developed countries were saying a lot of things about assistance coming to the developing countries, yet there are mounting concerns about vaccine hoarding, which has a negative impact on relationships of trust. We expect developed countries which build their economies on coal to assist us now to put fossil fuels aside, justly so. South Africa has revised its NDCs by committing ourselves to more ambitious greenhouse gas emissions targets by 2030. This includes the phasing out of between 8 to 10 coal-fired power stations. It is in this regard that we appreciate the partnership on just transition, where international partners have committed funds for South Africa's just energy transition. We as parliamentarians have keen interest in this, and we will play an active oversight role to see what the elements of this agreement are. However, our position as a country is not to wait on the international community and developed countries to make commitments before we start with the implementation of what is in our National Development Plan and also in our Green Recovery Plan. We have now started processing the National Climate Change Bill in Parliament, and parliamentarians will have to ensure sufficient and effective public participation process so that all voices of South Africans can be heard. The just transition is crucial in ensuring that nobody is left behind. As I conclude, Chair, South Africa's main priorities remain focused on securing an ambitious progressive finance and adaptation package to support the African agenda and other developing countries to alleviate the negative impact of climate change. It is worth mentioning that the manner in which climate change affects us depends on where we are located on the global map. As it could be expected, the hardest hit population groups are poor poor people. These are in the main inhabitants of developing countries who are predominantly farmers who depend on rain-fed and basic mechanisms for tilling the land and earning a livelihood. The only way their conditions can change is through policy shifts. Critical to this is dedicated action on the part of policymakers and the people who represent them, like legislators and members of parliament. Great changes throughout history have been born out of crises. We should therefore not waste this moment. I thank you, Ndiabulela. Asante sana.
شكرا. أدعو الآن جمهورية مالطا والمتحدث الذي يليه جمهورية زامبيا.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished colleagues, parliamentarians, the world changed dramatically since we met in Madrid last November. No one can even think about it, that we didn't even thought about it, that the war will return to Europe in a few months' time, just a few months after the Madrid conference. We are living now in challenging times, and once again, the victims of war are the people, women and children, fleeing their homes and crossing their borders towards safer and more peaceful countries. It is indeed a humanitarian tragedy. War, as you know, does not stop at the borders of those countries directly involved. It is sending shockwaves across Europe and, I must confess, across the whole world. It is also hitting our efforts to address the climate crisis. For example, the invasion of Ukraine is hampering scientific efforts to undertake vital research on climate change when it comes to permafrost in Russia, which covers 60% of its territory. We are talking about a vast area of frozen ground, which is estimated to hold twice as much greenhouse gas as there is in the whole atmosphere. One major shockwave that we have seen in recent weeks is the sudden spike in the price of fossil fuels, on which we are still very much dependent. We all know that energy prices based on fossil fuels are very volatile, but we can also learn from this experience that such volatility is not sustainable. We also know that such volatility is non-existent when using renewable sources to generate our economies, for example. I come from a very small island republic in the Mediterranean, and apart from the obvious threat of rising sea levels, we are also very much dependent on sea and air transportation. The increase in cost of transportation in recent months and weeks, which is mainly attributed to the increase in price of fossil fuels, has been phenomenal. Therefore, the transition to a green economy is not only required to save our planet, but it is also necessary for our economies. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a matter of a choice, but a matter of action. Let's be honest with ourselves. It is not an easy way forward, but we must take the same direction together. Of course, it is easier said than done. The global economy, since the last World War in particular, has based its economic generation on fossil fuels. The large majority of our investment during the last century have been centered around the provision of fossil fuels, be it cars, aeroplanes, ships, be it power to generate electricity. Therefore, we need strong political will. We need a change in the mentality. However hard it is, the world has to adapt swiftly to the changes that were brought by the pandemic. We need the same approach when it comes to climate change. The transition towards a green economy should be also fair. Its success can only be achieved if no one, and I repeat, no one is left behind. Decisions will not always be popular, but they can affect some areas and some sectors more than others. And therefore, we need collectively to be sensitive when deciding and implementing reforms. Malta took the initiative to request the inclusion of climate change on the agenda of the 43rd session of the United Nations General Assembly, proposing that an appropriate high-level mechanism be established to address the cause and effects of this phenomenon on mankind. This mechanism would be tasked to propose legal and political measures to address global warming and its environmental and social economic implications. I must remind you that it was my country, Malta, way back in 1988, 6 December, when there was the Malta Resolution on the protection of global climate for present and future generations of mankind, that was at that time unanimously adopted in the plenary of the General Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of politicians, but the role definitely of parliamentarians, is crucial. In 2015, Malta enacted the Climate Action Act. This act established a Climate Action Board, a body in which all sectors of our society are represented, aiming to mainstream climate action, monitor implementation of international and EU commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and facilitate preparedness and adaptation to climate impacts. This Climate Action Act also required the executive to prepare a low-carbon development strategy and a national adaptation strategy that will be reviewed and updated at least every 4 years. So Parliament is also responsible as an institution to hold the government into account. It is important to pass laws. However, laws need to be implemented on the ground in an effective way. It is the role of our parliaments that must make sure that the implementation of laws as it is done should be and targets are met in time. Climate change is a horizontal issue and cannot be tackled through a single sector alone. Let me conclude with a concrete proposal. I urge you to go back to your parliaments and work toward the setting up of a parliamentary committee with a specific aim of scrutinizing the implementation of measures relating to climate change. A specific committee solely dedicated to climate change matters in which all sectors can coordinate all the perspectives within one mechanism that can prove to be more effective. Thank you very much.
شكرا. أدعو الآن جمهورية زامبيا والمتحدث الذي يليه جمهورية موريشيوس.
Dear colleagues, Mr. President, allow me to place on record my gratitude for this opportunity to share my thoughts on the topic, Getting to Zero, Mobilizing Parliaments to Act on Climate Change. Mr. President, allow me also to take this opportunity to wish all the women in the gathering a happy Women's Month aimed at breaking the bias, including matters of climate change. Mr. President, climate change has emerged as one of the world's greatest developmental challenges in the 21st century. Communities around the world, particularly the poorest and most vulnerable, are experiencing the devastating and pernicious effects of climate change. As a woman from a developing country, climate change is close to my heart. This is because I have witnessed its devastating impacts on my country, which sadly has disproportionately affected women and girls and worsened their socio-economic status. This, Mr. President, needs to be addressed urgently by all stakeholders. While recognizing several interventions at global, regional, and national levels, climate change challenges and its effects remain complex. With the advent of COVID-19 pandemic, countries are urged to ensure that plans to recover from pandemic are ongoing. It is important to embrace and adopt health and green recovery strategies and interventions. It is therefore imperative that parliaments are mobilized to spearhead ambitious climate actions owing to their centrality by virtue of being representative institutions. Through their entrenched legislative oversight, budget, and representative functions, parliaments with their strategic mandate can be mobilized to do the following. 1. Provide legislative framework on climate change. This can be achieved by reviewing existing laws and proposing new ones where possible to mainstream climate change. 2. Influence and monitor the implementation of climate change legislation and budgets. Parliaments can be mobilized to provide effective oversight at national and international committees, including government implementation of national legislation and budgets. Further, parliaments can provide effective oversight by ensuring that the legislation it enacts is sufficiently funded and implemented. A guarantee that the citizens it represents are consulted and included in climate change decision-making processes. While parliaments endeavor to carry out the aforementioned roles, the Zambian parliament inclusive, a number of challenges were faced. Structural and policy issues such as limited financial support, inadequate technical capacity, overlapping sectoral objectives of synergy between the diverse sectors, and insufficient relevant information and data to support members of parliament in addressing climate change issues are the most prominent challenges. To ensure that members of parliament are effective in discharging their responsibilities, the highlighted challenges need to be addressed and capacities built in order for parliaments to achieve the desired outcomes of getting to zero on climate change. Mr. President, as people's representatives and beyond the confines of legislation and oversight in parliament, parliamentarians should be mobilized to act on climate change. For example, in Zambia, parliamentarians felt the need to address the effects of climate change at local level in their constituencies, where the impacts of climate change are experienced directly by the people. Further, parliamentarians have sought to combat certain vices such as charcoal burning and deforestation, which are fast-changing rainfall patterns and worsening the impact of climate change at local level. In this regard, Mr. President, our parliamentarians established a Zambia Parliamentary Caucus, which is a cross-party voluntary grouping for parliamentarians with a mandate to work towards prioritizing and building consensus on issues that affect conservation, natural resource management, and climate change. As part of its milestone, in 2015, the caucus, in partnership with various stakeholders that work towards climate-resilient communities, such as the Worldwide Fund for Nature and the International Conservation Caucus Foundation, advocated for legislation on the forest protection and management. The caucus made a submission to the Parliamentary Committee on Lands, Environment and Tourism, which led to the enactment of the current Forest Act. Further, the Zambian Parliamentary Conservation Caucus participated in the revision of the Wildlife Act by partnering with the ministry responsible for tourism in organizing the National Parks and Wildlife Policy Workshop, where the caucus made submissions that led into the enactment of the current Wildlife Act, number 14 of 2015. The Act provides for inter alia the sustainable management and protection of wildlife, including forest ecosystems, in the wake of climate change. Mr. President, in addition, the parliamentarians have partnered with the government of the Republic of Zambia's Forest Department to plant 1,000 trees in their constituencies as one of the measures to mitigate against the impact of climate change at community level. Mr. President, allow me to share with this August gathering that we as a parliament are doing to reduce our carbon footprint at institutional level. Our parliament works in partnership with the local recycling company to collect waste paper for recycling. Further, in 2014, our institution collaborated with the country's main power utility to install a mini solar plant as an alternative source of power. Mr. President, let me conclude by stating that parliaments are at the center of the climate change response. I, therefore, wish to call upon all parliamentarians to mobilize themselves with the intention of working closely with their citizens by consulting them and including them in the climate change decision-making process and efforts. By so doing, parliaments will inspire strong leadership and political will towards the fight against climate change. Let's think global, but act local in getting the zero on climate change. I thank you for your attention.
شكرا. الآن أدعو جمهورية موريشيوس والمتحدث الذي يليه جمهورية نيبال الديمقراطية الاتحادية.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the members of the National Assembly and in my own name, I convey to you the warm greetings of the people of Mauritius. Mr. President, climate change remains one of the most critical global challenges of our times. The outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic has altered the global socio-economic outlook of small island developing states, confronting them with yet more complex development challenges. We should also not be oblivious to the fact that the greenhouse gas emissions from human activities that drive climate change continue unabated in spite of numerous commitments taken by individual states in line with the objectives of the Paris Agreement 2015 and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Although progress towards sustainable development is particularly challenging for small islands, yet I am glad to place on record that Mauritius remains committed to protect the planet from degradation through sustainable consumption and production and by sustainably managing its natural resources and taking urgent actions on climate change to enable it to support the needs of the present and the future generations. Concrete efforts have been made by Mauritius to mitigate greenhouse gas emission and by integrating climate change issues into new development strategies. There has been strong political will to further enhance the existing policies so as to develop their resilience to the adverse impacts of climate change and to ensure the achievement of sustainable development goals while integrating climate change in new development strategies. Climate change remains a high priority issue on the government's agenda, and Mauritius is determined to fulfill its obligation under climate-related multilateral agreements. Mauritius has spent some 150 million USD in support of its climate agenda in the past few years. Mr. President, Mauritius aims to create a green energy industry as an important economic pillar and promote an eco-friendly human development. Mr. President, the theme of the debate, Getting to Zero, Mobilizing Parliaments to Act on Climate Change, calls for prompt and compelling actions from all stakeholders in both mitigation and adaptation to climate change. Mr. President, I can assure you and this Assembly that the Mauritian parliamentarians play an active role in holding the government to account on its commitments taken at international and regional levels, including those made through the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for the adoption of legislation and the mitigation and adaptation measures envisaged and being taken by the government to tackle the climate change issues as a matter of priority. The frequency of climate change being the subject matter of parliamentary questions, interpretations at adjournment, interpretation at adjournment time, and queries during the Committee of Supply over the budgetary allocations and the tenor of the debates on climate-related issues bears ample testimony to the vigorous role exercised by members of Parliament in Mauritius on environment and climate change matters. Moreover, pursuant to the Mauritius Renewable Energy Agency Act, enacted in 2015, to create an agency to promote renewable energy, I appointed 2 members of the Assembly to sit on the board, therefore to ensure that parliamentarians have their say in the promotion of renewable energy. Furthermore, in 2015, the Environment Protection Banning of Plastic Bags regulations were prescribed, and since then, these regulations have been consolidated with the objective of reaching a complete ban on the utilization of all types of non-biodegradable bags in the future, including the banning of single-use plastic products. In November 2020, the Mauritian Parliament has enacted the Climate Change Act to consolidate the legal framework and mechanism towards making Mauritius climate change resilient and achieving a low-emission economy in line with Sustainable Development Goals and the overarching government objective of developing a greener economy. This piece of legislation also serves to enhance the resilience of Mauritius against adverse impact of climate change and also complement other legislation related to climate change, thereby bringing our contribution for the sustainability of the planet. Mr. President, Mauritian parliamentarians are very active in ensuring government accountability and effectiveness, whilst at the same time providing a vital knowledge link with constituents, both aspects being important in ensuring a country's response and resilience to climate change. You may wish to take note that in December last, the Parliament of Mauritius has been called upon to debate on a private member's motion inviting the Assembly to resolve that government should continue its efforts to encourage the use of electric vehicles in Mauritius. Since 2013, the National Assembly of Mauritius embarked on a challenging and ambitious project towards achieving a paperless parliament. To that effect, members of parliament are provided with a digital tablet through which they have access to a secure digital platform for their parliamentary documents. Moreover, a parliamentary electronic document management system is being worked out with a view to creating an automated parliamentary workflow, enabling stakeholders to share their documents on a common platform, thereby reducing the use of papers and to do away with the traditional mode of communication. Mr. President, over the last 2 centuries or so, we have comprehensively demonstrated that we can change the climate, and we have changed it for the worse by doing the wrong things, a message so forcefully conveyed to us with the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now it is time to show we can change it for the better by doing the right things, and this challenge is going to require the efforts of all of us. There is need for coherence across nationally determined contributions at national, regional, and global levels. To conclude, allow me to quote the UN Secretary General, who in September 2019 stated, and I quote, "The world is losing the race against climate emergency, but it is a race we can win," end of quote. So, Mr. President, let us pledge today that we will leave no stone unturned in mobilizing parliaments to effectively discharge their parliamentary missions as part of their contribution in tackling this planetary emergency. I thank you for your attention.
شكرا. والآن أدعو جمهورية نيبال الديمقراطية الاتحادية والمتحدث الذي يليه جمهورية تيمور الشرقية الديمقراطية.
यस अन्तर्व्यवस्थापिका सङ्घको 144औं सभामा महामहिम अध्यक्षज्यू, महामहिम सभामुखज्यूहरू, अन्तर्व्यवस्थापिका सङ्घका महामहिम अध्यक्षज्यू, विभिन्न देशबाट पाल्नुभएका सांसद तथा अन्य विशिष्ट महानुभावहरू, सर्वप्रथम नेपालको सङ्घीय संसदको प्रतिनिधिमण्डलका तर्फबाट यस अन्तर्व्यवस्थापिका सङ्घको 144औं सभामा सहभागी हुन निमन्त्रणा गर्नुभएकोमा अन्तर्व्यवस्थापिका सङ्घ र सभाको इन्डोनेसियाली संसदप्रति धन्यवाद व्यक्त गर्दछु। कोभिड-19 महामारीको समयमा पनि यस सभाको सफल व्यवस्थापनका लागि म इन्डोनेसियाली सरकार, संसद र आम नागरिकप्रति आभार प्रकट गर्दछु। यस सुन्दर शहरमा आइपुगेदेखि नै म र मेरो नेतृत्वमा रहेको नेपाली प्रतिनिधिमण्डलले पाएको न्यानो आतिथ्यका लागि म हृदयदेखि कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन गर्दछु। जलवायु परिवर्तनका कारण सिर्जित चुनौतीका सन्दर्भमा यस सम्मेलनको विषय शून्य उत्सर्जन प्राप्त गर्न जलवायु परिवर्तन सम्बन्धी कार्यमा संसदको परिचालन अत्यन्त सान्दर्भिक छ। जलवायु परिवर्तन विरुद्ध लड्न बलियो राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति र थुप्रै विधायकी कार्य आवश्यक पर्छ। यस सन्दर्भमा विभिन्न देशका संसदहरूबीचको आपसी संवाद र अनुभव आदान प्रदानको निकै ठूलो महत्त्व हुन्छ। हरित अर्थतन्त्रतर्फको रूपान्तरणलाई मूर्त रूप दिन सांसदहरूले महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका खेल्न सक्छन्। उत्थानशील अर्थतन्त्र निर्माणका लागि हरित आर्थिक नीति र कानुनहरू महत्त्वपूर्ण हुन्छन्। जलवायु परिवर्तन विरुद्धको लडाईँमा संसद, सरकार, निजी क्षेत्र, विकास साझेदार र नागरिक समाजबीच बलियो सम्बन्ध हुन जरुरी छ। जलवायु परिवर्तनका कारण हिमाली पर्यावरणमा परेको नकारात्मक असरबारे विश्व समुदायको ध्यान आकर्षित हुनु जरुरी छ। बढ्दो तापक्रम र प्रदूषणका कारण उच्च हिम श्रृङ्खलाहरू पग्लने र हिमाली काखमा रहेको हिमतालहरू फुट्ने जोखिम पनि बढ्दो छ। त्यसबाट निम्तिन सक्ने प्रकोप तल्लो तटीय क्षेत्रमा उत्तिकै खतरनाक हुन्छ। यस्तो प्रकोपको असर जुनसुकै देश र भूभागमा भए तापनि अति विपन्न र सीमान्तकृत समुदायलाई नै बढी हुन्छ भन्नेमा दुई मत छैन। तसर्थ हिमाली पर्यावरणको संरक्षणमा पर्वतीय मुलुकहरू मात्र नभई समग्र विश्व समुदायले हातेमालो गर्नु आवश्यक छ। नेपाल कार्बन उत्सर्जन शून्य गर्ने कार्यमा उल्लेखनीय योगदान गर्ने मुलुक मध्येमा पर्दछ। दिगो विकास र वातावरण संरक्षणका लागि नेपालले गरिरहेको कार्यलाई कार्बन खरिद नीतिको व्यावहारिक व्यवस्थापनबाट सहयोग पुर्याउनु आवश्यक छ। जलवायु अनुकूलन, जैविक विविधता संरक्षण र प्रभावकारी आर्थिक वृद्धि दर र कार्बन उत्सर्जन शून्यताका लागि विकसित देशहरूले क्षतिपूर्तिका लागि तत्पर रहनु पर्दछ। यस्तो जोखिम न्यूनीकरण र जलवायु अनुकूलनका लागि नेपालले गरिरहेको प्रयासमा तपाईहरू सबै खास गरी विकसित देशहरूको थप सहयोग रहनु आवश्यक छ। महामहिमज्यूहरू, यो अवसरको उपयोग गर्दै म जलवायु परिवर्तनका समस्याहरू समाधान गर्न नेपालले खेलेको भूमिकाबारे संक्षेपमा उल्लेख गर्न चाहन्छु। जलवायु परिवर्तन, जल उत्पन्न प्रकोप, खडेरी, आँधी, बाढी, डुबान, पहिरो, गेग्रान र लेदो सहितको बहाव, भूक्षय र हिम पहिरो जस्ता जलीय तथा मौसम सम्बन्धी चरम घटनाहरूको दृष्टिबाट नेपाल एकदमै जोखिमयुक्त देश हो। हाम्रा प्रयासहरू कार्बन उत्सर्जन घटाउन र हरियाली बढाउन केन्द्रित छन्। यस सन्दर्भमा नेपालको सामुदायिक वन कार्यक्रमले वन क्षेत्र पुनर्स्थापनमा गरेको योगदान स्वरूप अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय प्रशंसा प्राप्त गरेको तथ्य यहाँ स्मरण गर्न चाहन्छु। हालै स्कटल्यान्डको ग्लासगोमा सम्पन्न 36औं कोपमा नेपालले शून्य उत्सर्जनको सन्दर्भमा तीनवटा महत्त्वपूर्ण प्रतिबद्धता व्यक्त गरेको छ। पहिलो, नेपालले सन् 2030 सम्ममा आफ्नो वन क्षेत्रलाई कुल जमिनको 45% पुर्याउने र वन फडानी पूर्ण रूपमा रोक्ने प्रतिबद्धता जनाएको छ। दोस्रो, हामीले सन् 2045 सम्ममा हरितगृह ग्यासको उत्सर्जन शून्य गर्ने लक्ष्य पनि घोषणा गरेका छौँ। तेस्रो, जलवायु उत्पन्न प्रकोप र क्षतिबाट आम मानिसको जीवन र जीविकोपार्जनको रक्षा गर्न हामी प्रतिबद्ध छौँ। सबैभन्दा जोखिमपूर्ण अवस्थामा रहेका नागरिकहरूप्रति राज्यको नीति र योजनाहरूको जवाबदेहिता सुनिश्चित गरी जलवायु परिवर्तनको असर जोखिम सम्बोधन गर्न नेपालको संसदले वातावरणीय र जलवायु उत्थानशील संहिताको पालना हुने सुनिश्चितताका लागि आवश्यक नीतिगत सुधारमा जोड दिएको छ। त्यसैगरी जलवायु उत्थानशील मार्गहरू अपनाउँदै स्थानीय सरकारका योजना र बजेट लगायत अन्य क्षेत्रगत विकासका निम्ति र योजनाहरूमा जलवायु परिवर्तनको एकीकरणमा नेपालको संसदले जोड दिएको छ। यी सबै कार्यका लागि बलियो राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति र प्रतिबद्धता आवश्यक हुन्छ। हाम्रो संसदले शून्य कार्बन उत्सर्जन र जलवायु उत्थानशीलताको सम्बन्धमा नेपालले गरेका अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय र राष्ट्रिय प्रतिबद्धताहरू पूरा गराउन निरन्तर प्रयास गर्दैछ। पेरिस सम्झौताले तोकेका लक्ष्यहरू पूरा गर्न नेपालले निर्धारित राष्ट्रिय योगदान र राष्ट्रिय अनुकूलन योजनामा उल्लेखित लैङ्गिक समानता र सामाजिक समावेशीकरणका लक्ष्यका साथै अन्य नीतिगत लक्ष्य अनुसार जलवायु परिवर्तन अनुकूलन नीति र लक्ष्यहरू अवलम्बन गर्नेछ। जलवायुका क्षेत्रमा विनियोजन गरिएको रकम महिला, आदिवासी, जनजाति, न्यून आय भएका समुदाय र परिवारसम्म पुग्ने गरी शासन प्रणालीमा सुधार गर्न लक्षित बजेट र कार्यक्रममा ध्यान केन्द्रित गर्नु हाम्रो उच्च प्राथमिकता रहनेछ। महामहिमज्यूहरू, अन्तर्व्यवस्थापिका सङ्घको यो सभा एउटा उत्कृष्ट मञ्च हो। यसले विश्वव्यापी महत्त्वका समसामयिक मुद्दाहरूमा छलफल गर्न विश्वभरका संसद सदस्य र नीति निर्माताहरूलाई एकै स्थानमा ल्याउँछ। अन्तर्व्यवस्थापिका सङ्घको सभा मार्फत हाम्रा संयुक्त प्रयासहरूले शून्य उत्सर्जनको लक्ष्यप्रति राजनीतिक नेतृत्वले थालेका कार्यमा थप योगदान दिनेछ। यसले दिगो विकासका लक्ष्यहरू पूरा गर्न जलवायु परिवर्तनका जोखिम समाधानतर्फ ठोस कदमहरू चाल्नेछ भन्नेमा म पूर्ण विश्वस्त छु। यस सभाको पूर्ण सफलताका लागि म र मेरो प्रतिनिधिमण्डलको पूर्ण सहयोग र ऐक्यबद्धता रहने विश्वास दिलाउन चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
شكرا. الآن أدعو جمهورية أرمينيا والمتحدث الذي يليها برلمان المجموعة الاقتصادية لدول غرب أفريقيا إيكواس.
Excelentíssima Senhor Presidente da Assembleia, Yang Mulia Ketua DPR RI, Ibu Puan Maharani, Excelentíssimo Senhor Presidente da União Interparlamentar, Dr. Duarte Pacheco, Senhor Presidente da Mesa, Excelências, Senhoras e Senhores. Nas últimas décadas, o mundo passou por grandes transformações, política e economicamente. Embora muitos desafios globais permaneçam e tenham crescido em complexidade, em particular a degradação do meio ambiente, as mudanças climáticas cada vez maiores e o impacto inevitável da pandemia da Covid-19 sobre o desenvolvimento dos Objetivos do Desenvolvimento Sustentável. Tal como noutros países, os confinamentos por causa da pandemia afetam enormemente o nosso setor social e econômico, causando contrações. Para enfrentar os desafios, Timor-Leste montou uma resposta robusta, implementou vários pacotes de estímulo econômico para reforçar as medidas de saúde pública e proteger as famílias vulneráveis e o setor empresarial através de subsídios e incentivos. Além disso, para recuperar da pandemia, o governo de Timor-Leste está a levar a cabo a campanha de vacinação, tendo até ao momento sido totalmente vacinados cerca de 72,2% da população. 85,0% receberam a primeira dose e 1,9% receberam uma dose de reforço. Excelências, Timor-Leste tem passado por grandes inundações, secas, deslizamentos de terra, riscos de incêndio e outros eventos climáticos extremos. Estes impactos das mudanças climáticas levam à diminuição da produção agrícola, insegurança alimentar, escassez de água e destruição de infraestruturas. No ano passado, Timor-Leste foi atingido pelo ciclone tropical Seroja no dia 4 de abril, causando perda de vidas humanas e danos de propriedades. As mudanças climáticas são causadas por todos nós. No entanto, a maioria das emissões de gases com efeito de estufa no passado e atualmente vêm principalmente dos países desenvolvidos e das principais potências econômicas. Timor-Leste é responsável apenas por 0,003% das emissões de gases com efeito de estufa em comparação com a emissão global. Ainda assim, estamos agora mais vulneráveis aos impactos das mudanças climáticas. Neste sentido, instamos as partes dos países desenvolvidos a assumirem a liderança na redução de suas emissões de gases com efeito de estufa e outros grandes países emissores a fazê-lo, a fim de alcançar emissões globais líquidas zero até 2050, conforme foi acordado na UNFCCC em Glasgow, Reino Unido, no ano passado. Senhor Presidente, Excelências, o Parlamento Nacional de Timor-Leste tem estado totalmente empenhado em fazer a nossa legislação nacional incorporar os documentos relevantes, tais como a ratificação da UNFCCC, do Protocolo de Kyoto e do Acordo de Paris como exemplo da nossa contribuição para enfrentar as questões das mudanças climáticas, a fim de garantir o desenvolvimento sustentável. Para concluir, gostaria de reafirmar a defesa de longa data de Timor-Leste da necessidade de criar resiliência a estas adversidades climáticas e de continuar a lutar pelo desenvolvimento sustentável como uma via para promover e proteger os direitos de todos. A este respeito, Timor-Leste apela à ação coletiva, à cooperação e aos esforços conjuntos, o que requer vontade política renovada e solidariedade, para que possamos ser eficazes e possamos garantir que todos os nossos cidadãos, incluindo mulheres, crianças e idosos, possam beneficiar da promessa da Agenda 2030 e viver uma vida com dignidade e paz para o bem-estar da humanidade. Tenho dito, muito obrigado.
شكرا لجمهورية تيمور الشرقية. أدعو الآن جمهورية أرمينيا للحديث، والمتحدث الذي يليه كما أسلفت إيكواس، برلمان المجموعة الاقتصادية لدول غرب أفريقيا.
Mr. President, Excellencies, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank our Indonesian host for the excellent organization of the Assembly and warm hospitality extended to all participants. The topic we are discussing is the utmost importance for the world, since climate change entails dangerous consequences. Global warming and our long-term climate change trends are expected to continue as a result of record levels of head-tripping greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. As stated in the outcome document of our parliamentary meeting on the occasion of COP26, the global temperature is expected to reach or exceed 1.5 Celsius of warming by 2040, and may trigger irreversible damage to our planet and engage biodiversity. Climate change, with its negative impact on human life, the environment and economic development, is among the main challenges facing humankind. This is especially true for Armenia, as landlocked, mountainous country. Although as a country Armenia is making only a small contribution to greenhouse gas emission, the country is taking active measures, such as the ratification of Paris Agreement in February 2017, to reduce carbon emissions, thereby contributing to the international community's effort to address climate changes. On April 22, 2021, the government approved Armenia's national determined contribution for a 10-year implementation period, setting a new unconditional mitigation target of 40% reduction below 1990s emissions level to be achieved in 2030. For the first time, Armenia adopted its national adaptation plan of action on climate changes, aimed at supporting and improving synergies and coordination between and across sectoral initiatives. Armenia approved its NDC for a 10-year implementation period, 2021-2030, to the Paris Agreement, setting a new unconditional mitigation target of 40% reduction below 1990 emissions levels to be achieved in 2040, and increasing its territories covered by forest by 12.9%. My country is promoting policies to increase the share of renewable energy in the power generation sector, expanding solar generation on the demand side, promoting energy savings in all sectors of economy, including
expanding the supply of high-efficiency equipment in the industrial and building sectors, promoting eco-friendly vehicles, and improving road infrastructure in the transportation sector. As we rebuild from the pandemic, additional significant efforts will be needed to promote green recovery and ensure further carbon emission reduction. This will require a concrete effort across all sectors of economy and society, and primarily in the energy sector as the largest emitter of greenhouse gases. Relevant legislative and regulatory reforms are underway. The most recently adopted Energy Sector Development Strategic Program aimed at increasing the share of solar energy generation in total to at least 50% by 2030. Armenia aims to double the country's share of renewable in energy generation by 2030 on the path to achieve climate neutrality in the second half of this century. According to the Republic of Armenia Energy Sector Development Strategic Program, the Armenian government plans to increase the share of solar energy generation in total to at least 50%. To this end, several legislative and regulatory reforms have been implemented in the recent years. Colleagues, as a part of climate commitments, Armenia has initiated a number of solar energy projects as a way to introduce cost-effective renewable energy sources in the country in line with its vision to foster low-carbon generation and develop renewables. Given the worldwide environmental challenges and their impact of climate and the pivotal role of nature conservation as a means to ensure social, economic, and environmentally substantive development, I once again wish to reiterate our readiness to cooperate with the parliaments of all member states, agencies, international organizations, and the private sector in advancing the global environmental agenda. Parliaments are responsible for ensuring the implementation of conventions and agreements, as well as national legislation, including entry, especially on environmental issues. And I would like to state that our National Assembly is duly overseeing these processes. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we are responsible for a safe and secure planet for our children and future generations. Thank you for your attention.
شكرا. الآن أدعو برلمان المجموعة الاقتصادية لدول غرب أفريقيا إيكواس والمتحدث الذي يليه جمهورية سريلانكا الديمقراطية الاشتراكية.
Mr. President, Secretary General, colleagues, honorable members of Parliament, let me begin by thanking the Parliament of Indonesia for the kind reception and hospitality in this beautiful city of Bali. Today, the world is experiencing rapidly rising temperatures in the summer, harshness of winters, and the droughts shriveling up vegetation. I could go on listing these changes we have all experienced in the past few decades. Climate change is an unavoidable change that is devastating our planet and threat to the existence of life on Earth. The call for action was resonant all over the world, and to some degree, successes were recorded in slowing down the degradation of our planet. However, it is now time to mobilize communities, nations, and regions. Members of Parliament should place more emphasis on the environment through the various interventions they carry on in their countries and constituencies. They should not only focus on areas like agriculture, education, health, and other infrastructural projects. Rather, there should be mainstreaming of climate change in all our national budgets. Each sector of the economy should incorporate this phenomenon in its budget planning process. Furthermore, there should be national policies on climate change, and members of parliament should be provided with adequate knowledge on adaptation and mitigation measures. In the ECOWAS region, many countries are experiencing severe droughts, deforestation, desertification, flooding, coastal erosion, disease outbreaks, famine, and food shortages because of climate change. To redress these challenges, the ECOWAS Commission, with the full participation of the ECOWAS Parliament and other stakeholders, has drawn up a strategic program for reducing vulnerability to climate change in West Africa. The ECOWAS Commission expects members of Parliament to be proactive and support the climate change program through sensitization campaigns on the use of renewable energy, alternative sources of charcoal and wood consumption across the region, and the formulation of laws to mitigate the negative effects of climate change. It is worth mentioning that because treaty negotiations are an exclusive action, executive action, members of Parliament are generally not involved. Upon conclusion of such negotiations, it is imperative that members should be given adequate briefing on the objectives, background, content, and expected outcome of such agreements. This would foster their understanding and possible buy-in into the agreement. It will also ease ratification by the various parliaments. One of the standing committees at the ECOWAS Parliament is the Committee on Agriculture, Environment and Natural Resources. To promote synergy, the committee works closely with the Department of Agriculture and Environment of the ECOWAS Commission on the policy and program implementation issues on the environment and climate change. I wish to recall some major accomplishments through the organization of delocalized committee meetings on climate change. Some of the recommendations of these meetings, such as ensuring that substantial budgetary allocations are made and climate change issues mainstream in national budgets of member states, were adopted. To conclude, I call on all members of Parliament across the world to come together to mobilize the necessary action to combat this climate menace. We need to unite. Together, we are stronger. And it is only when we are stronger and we are together that we shall succeed. Thank you very much.
شكرا. أدعو الآن جمهورية سريلانكا الديمقراطية الاشتراكية للحديث، والذي يليه رئيس البرلمان العربي.
Honorable Chair, distinguished parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. Today I am glad to address you in Nusa Dua, Bali, Indonesia. Climate change is one of the greatest threats to global prosperity and development. It is alarming that the increasing emissions of greenhouse gases will leave the world irrevocably changed. Climate change reflects on rise of sea level and vastly different climate during devastating heat waves. Persistent droughts and unprecedented floods, it would impact the lives of people, mainly in poor and vulnerable, including food and health security, infrastructure, and ecosystem integrity. As the policymakers, we unitedly stand for the global priority to cut global greenhouse gas emissions, increase forest coverage, and resist environmentally harmful human activities In order to limit global average temperature rise, we strongly believe that legislatures, as the representatives of the people, have pivotal role in identifying, highlighting good practice at the local level in order to formulate national policies and legislation while educating the general public about the global challenge of climate change. Now let's briefly discuss the situation in my country, Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, the tropical nation, is highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. As a small island in the Indian Ocean, the coastal region of Sri Lanka is susceptible to changes in sea level. 1/3 of the total population of the country lives in the coastal belt, which was severely affected in the tsunami in 2004. It was indicated vulnerability of sea level in the future. Global climate changes also would affect the national economy and livelihood of the people who are engaged in tourism, agriculture, plantation, and fisheries sectors. In order to address the environmental challenges caused by climate change secretariat was established under the Ministry of Environment. The Cabinet Memorandum adopted in 2021 on national determination contributions related to Paris Climate Agreement to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change is highlighted that Sri Lanka has been acting as a stakeholder of the United Nations Framework Convention Climate Change from 1993 and signed the Paris Climate Agreement and ratified the agreement in 2016. The fundamental objectives of the Paris Agreement is to maintain global warming under 2 Celsius compared to the pre-industrialization era level and to take all applicable precautions to maintain it as 1.5 Celsius. In relation to that, the Cabinet has approved the proposal by the Environment Minister to submit the nationally determined contribution that ever been re-updated with the participation of stakeholder institutions of relevant sectors by adjusting to the government policies and appoint a national monitoring committee to supervise whether these contributions are implemented efficiently and productively. The action plan covers the following strategic areas. Number 1, the clean air in everywhere. Number 2, the saving the fauna and flora and ecosystems. Number 3, meeting the challenge of climate change. Number 4, wise use of the coastal belt and the sea around. Number 5, responsible use of land resources. Number 6, doing away with dumps. Number 7, water for all at all times. Number 8, green cities for health and prosperity. Number 9, greening the industries. Number 10, knowledge of rights choices. Next, what is the role of the parliamentarian? Parliament. The Parliament has special commitments to focus on lawmaking and oversight with regard to mitigating climate change and minimizing carbon emissions and transforming the renewable energy policy as proposed in the budget proposals in 2021. In addition, parliamentary committees such as the ministerial consultative committees and special committees can study alternative approaches to scrutinize the existing systems with experience and knowledge of the academia and the experts. The parliamentary committees provide ideal forums for fruitful discussions on key areas. The executive legislature and bureaucracy are in the position to initiate relevant programs. Finally, it is the responsibility of the Parliament to allocate more financial resources for climate action, which is goal number 13 of the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much for being listened to me. Thank you.
شكرا. أدعو الآن رئيس البرلمان العربي للحديث والمتحدث الذي يليه اليونان.
معالي السيد رئيس الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، معالي رئيس الجلسة، معالي الأمين العام للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، أصحاب المعالي رؤساء البرلمانات ورؤساء الوفود البرلمانية، السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يطيب لي بداية أن أعبر عن سعادتي البالغة للمشاركة في اجتماعات الجمعية 144 للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، معربا عن خالص الشكر وعظيم التقدير لبرلمان جمهورية إندونيسيا على حسن تنظيم أعمال هذه الاجتماعات وما بذلوه من جهود مقدرة في هذا الشأن. يظل تغير المناخ هو التحدي الأصعب الذي يواجه عالمنا اليوم، لما له من تداعيات خطيرة تمتد إلى شتى مناحي الحياة وتؤثر على مستقبل الأجيال الحالية والقادمة. ولا شك في أن معالجة هذه الأزمة لا تقتصر على الجهود التي تقوم بها الحكومات فقط، وإنما للبرلمانيين دور محوري في هذا الشأن، وذلك من خلال صلاحياتهم التشريعية والرقابية التي تجعلهم ضمانة رئيسية لتنفيذ أهداف اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة بشأن تغير المناخ وترجمة الالتزامات الواردة في هذه الاتفاقية إلى تشريعات وطنية داعمة للاقتصاد الأخضر. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، نتفق جميعا على حتمية العمل الدولي الجماعي لمواجهة أزمة تغير المناخ. وفي هذا السياق اسمحوا لي أن أؤكد باسم البرلمان العربي أن أي تعاون بناء ومثمر في هذا المجال يجب أن يقوم على ركيزتين أساسيتين. الأولى ضرورة وفاء جميع الدول بالتزاماتها استنادا إلى مبادئ الإنصاف والمسؤوليات المشتركة، ولا بد أن نكون صريحين في هذا السياق ونأكد على ضرورة الالتزام بمبدأ العدالة المناخية الدولية في تنفيذ الالتزامات الواردة في الاتفاقية للأمم المتحدة المعنية بتغير المناخ، وتحقيق التناسب بين المسؤوليات التي يجب أن تتحملها الدول مع حجم ما تتسبب فيه من أضرار للبيئة. ففي الوقت الذي تتسبب فيه الدول أكثر تقدما في إنتاج النسبة الأكبر من الانبعاثات الضارة والمسؤولة عن الارتفاع العالمي في درجات الحرارة، نجد أن الدول محدودة الموارد هي الأكثر تأثراً بالتغير المناخ والأكثر تحملاً لتبعياته. لذلك لا بد أن تكون هناك عدالة في توزيع الأعباء وتحمل التزامات ذات الصلة. أما الركيزة الثانية فهي ضرورة مساعدة الدول النامية على تنفيذ التزاماتها في مواجهة تغير المناخ وفقاً لاتفاق باريس، والذي تعهدت الدول المتقدمة بموجبه بتقديم 100 مليار دولار سنوياً لصالح تموين المناخ في الدول النامية، وهو ما لم يتحقق حتى الآن. لذلك لا بد من القضاء على هذه الفجوة القائمة بين التموين المتاح وحجم الاحتياجات الفعلية للدول النامية، وأتطلع إلى أن يصدر عن جمعيتنا نداء برلمانياً عالمياً يطالب الدول المتقدمة بالعمل على تنفيذ تعهداتها بتوفير التمويل اللازم للدول النامية في هذا المجال. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، لقد بذلت الدول العربية جهود مضنية وأطلقت مبادرات رائدة من أجل مواجهة أزمة تغير المناخ، وأشير في هذا السياق إلى مبادرة الشرق الأوسط الأخضر التي أطلقتها المملكة العربية السعودية، والتي تضع خارطة طريق طموحة وواضحة المعالم لحشد الجهود الإقليمية للتصدي لأزمة تغير المناخ. وأدعو جمعيتنا إلى دعم وتبني هذه المبادرة التي تمثل نموذجاً يحتذى به في جهود التصدي لأزمة تغير المناخ على المستوى الإقليمي. وفي الإطار ذاته نتشرف بأن دولتين عربيتين سوف تستضيفان قمتي مؤتمر الدول الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لتغير المناخ، وهما جمهورية مصر العربية العام الجاري 2022 ودولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة العام القادم 2023، وهو أمر يجسد الجهود الرائدة التي تبذلها الدول العربية في مواجهة هذه الأزمة. وأدعو إلى استغلال فرصة الاجتماعات البرلمانية التحضيرية لهاتين القمتين في إعداد وصياغة خطة برلمانية دولية تدعم تنفيذ الالتزامات الواردة في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة بشأن تغير المناخ. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، على الرغم من اجتماعاتنا في هذه الدورة مخصصة لمناقشة موضوع تغير المناخ، إلا أن لا يمكننا إغفال التطورات الجارية وتأثيرها على منظومة الأمن والعدالة الدولية. لقد انتفض العالم خلال الفترة القليلة الماضية بسبب التطورات المعاصرة على صعيد الأزمة الروسية الأوكرانية، ونحن بالطبع لسنا مع انتهاك سيادة أي دولة أو الاعتداء عليها بأي شكل من الأشكال أو تهديد الأمن والاستقرار لأي دولة، ولكننا نؤكد على أن هناك شعب يتعرض لأبغض أشكال الاحتلال على مدار 7 عقود مضت، وهو الشعب الفلسطيني، ولم يحرك العالم ساكنا من أجل إنهاء معاناة هذا الشعب وإقامة دولته المستقلة. أن التعامل الدولي مع قضية الشعب الفلسطيني ومع تطورات الأزمة الروسية الأوكرانية يمثل نموذجاً صارخاً لازدواجية المعايير، في حين أن التعامل الإنساني يجب أن يكون واحداً في جميع الأزمة والأمكنة ومن جميع الشعوب. ما نطالب به هو أن تكون هناك معايير عالمية موحدة لتحقيق العدالة الدولية التي ننشدها جميعاً. وفي الختام أشكركم على حسن الاستماع، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا. أدعو الآن اليونان للحديث، والمتحدث الذي يليه UK United Kingdom المملكة المتحدة.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, for decades, scientists have been warning us about the devastating consequences of global warming. Although international organizations, governments, and politicians keep setting goals to avoid the worst, most of these goals never achieved. Today, climate change and its consequences have overtaken us. Every continent, every region, and every country facing significant challenges due to climate change. Extreme heat and cold conditions, storms in higher frequency and intensity, floods and wildfires are some of the dramatic effects of this phenomenon. The growing number of climate-related disasters has shifted awareness, and today many governments accept climate change as an issue of national security. None of us has the right to stay still, leaving the so-called big polluters to act. Every single country's action has an impact of the world's global green transition. Thus, cooperation and collaboration are essential. International commitments as the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda cannot be materialized without national actions. All countries need new climate laws as a legal framework for the next 20 or 30 years. We should ask ourselves which targets or goals we need to achieve on a national level and describe and define the roadmap for the years to come. As parliamentarians, it is our duty to ensure that these laws not only created but also applied, because climate change causes disasters, which in turn increase inequality and poverty. Furthermore, we have to make sure that a number of other policies are also adjusted. For example, warning systems and defenses have to be set up, as well as resilient infrastructures. This is essential in order to prevent loss of lives, destructions of homes, livelihoods, loss of jobs, etc. There is also need of social assistance for people facing such dramatic situations. In this context, interparliamentary cooperation can contribute to the exchange of expertise and best practices. In Greece, for example, we had a major catastrophe by mega fires last summer, and social assistance was a critical issue. Strong political will and determination is required for comprehensive approach and response to climate change. And this, of course, means extra financing, which is rather a problem for many countries. Ladies and gentlemen, in the European Union, we recently took the decision to create a European Recovery Fund in order to cope up with the economic crisis after the pandemic. And among others, with this fund, we are financing actions and policies to prevent climate change, investing in renewables, investing in green energy, accelerating the phase-out of coal energy, and speeding up the switch to electrical vehicles are some of the measures to achieve the ambitious 2030 emissions reductions. At the same time, these actions boost the economy and contribute to creations of new jobs. So actually it's a win-win situation. As many countries face difficulties to afford the green transition, the European Union supports developing countries in reducing their greenhouse gas emissions and adapting to the impacts of climate change. In 2020, 23.4 billion euros were committed by the European Union for this purpose. The EU also remains committed, contributing towards the developed countries' goal of jointly mobilizing 100 billion euros per year to support developing countries until 2025. As parliamentarians, we need and have to press our governments to act effectively against climate change and to implement the relative international agreements. We are running out of time. There is no space for excuses. It is our generation's obligation to hand over to our children and grandchildren a better and safer planet. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to share a thought. It's so pity to see these days the billions of dollars and euros caused by the war right now in Russia. Imagine if all this money and then the money to reconstruct Ukraine were devoted to the climate change, to prevent climate change. Just think about that. It's so pity. Thank you very much.
شكرا. أدعو الآن United Kingdom للحديث والمتحدث الذي يليه الجمهورية الفرنسية.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, fellow parliamentarians, and thank you to our Indonesian hosts for your warm welcome to your beautiful country. The theme of this debate is getting to zero and mobilizing parliaments to act on climate change. However, this assembly is taking place during 3 simultaneous crises. Yes, there is a climate emergency. There is also a pandemic. But there is also an illegal and brutal invasion by one UN member state of another UN member state. Parliamentarians, let us commit ourselves at this assembly to ending these 3 crises. First of all, there can be no more shocking environmental damage than that created by bombs, that created by tanks invading a neighboring country. The world is rightly horrified by the humanitarian crisis, the refugees, the civilians trapped in Ukrainian cities, the maternity clinics bombed. But we should not overlook the harm done to the environment as well. The habitats destroyed, the beaches defiled, the fields of crops ruined that feed the world, the risk of food insecurity. We cannot look away from the sheer environmental crime of thermobaric weapons, reports of white phosphorus and untargeted air raids. We know how to end this crisis. Russia must withdraw its arms. According to a recent study, 18 million people have died from COVID-19, a population the size or larger than many countries. We know how to end this crisis too. Thanks to the work of brilliant scientists around the world, there's a range of effective vaccines and the will to donate them. As we agreed unanimously at our last assembly, we must make every effort to help distribute these vaccines equitably and to the remotest parts of our world. So, parliamentarians, I give you good news. These 2 terrible crises can end soon. Tomorrow, Putin could choose to end his illegal invasion. And this year, if we focus resources on a comprehensive vaccine rollout, with the right doses, getting to the right places at the right time, we can do what we have seen in my country and move from pandemic to endemic status for this disease. The climate emergency can be solved too, but only if we as parliamentarians take action. The UK was honoured to host COP26 with Italy this year, and we published a strong outcome document from parliamentarians which was agreed unanimously by all of those who joined us in Glasgow. And already the UK Parliament has put into law the need to get to net zero by 2050. We've installed offshore wind generating capacity, which in our very windy islands means that we often get half of our electricity from wind. We've installed solar, which even in our cloudy islands means we can often generate a lot of domestic power during the day. We've installed onshore wind, hydropower, and we have great capacity to do more. We have nuclear, we're building new nuclear, and we have developed small modular nuclear reactors. Only 3% of our energy comes from Russia, and with the price now for fossil fuels, we have the added attraction that renewables are often now cheaper than fossil fuels. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has given new impetus to us and to our allies to wean ourselves off Russian oil and gas and invest in cleaner energy sources. And we're doing other things. 1 in 4 cars that were bought in the UK last year was an electric car. We're investing in new solutions like hydrogen buses, electrified railways, hydrogen trucks. We're finding timeless solutions like reforestation, reducing unsustainable wood burning, and preserving peatlands and wetlands. So parliamentarians, what gets measured gets done. And we have put into law milestones on our journey to net zero, and Parliament plays a key role in measuring that progress, holding the government to account. So there are 3 crises in this world at the moment, and 3 solutions. The UK Parliament sends a strong message that shows that the political will is there for those 3 crises: COVID, climate and conflict. Let's work together to show a way forward based on peace, based on vaccine sharing, and based on sharing prosperity, but with using low-carbon technology. Parliamentarians, let us do this together. Thank you very much.
شكرا. أدعو آخر المتحدثين في هذه الجلسة المسائية، أدعو الجمهورية الفرنسية.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, mes chers collègues, Monsieur le Secrétaire général. Tout d'abord, c'est un grand honneur pour moi de prendre la parole au sein de cette Assemblée, une des assemblées que j'aime le plus au monde, puisqu'elle représente nos différents parlements et donc nous donne notre vraie place de parlementaires. Nous sommes réunis ici à Bali pour l'une de nos 2 sessions annuelles, alors que le dernier rapport du GIEC, le groupe d'experts intergouvernemental sur l'évolution du climat créé en 1988, a fait part de l'extrême urgence d'une action ferme et coordonnée de l'ensemble des États du monde et en premier lieu des plus gros émetteurs pour réduire drastiquement leurs émissions de gaz à effet de serre. L'accord de Paris en 2015 a fixé des objectifs. Ils auraient pu être plus ambitieux, mais enfin, essayons déjà d'y parvenir. Ne nous cachons pas, nous avons et nous aurons toujours besoin demain d'énergie. La guerre en Ukraine et la flambée des prix des carburants nous le rappellent chaque jour. Nous ne pouvons pas nous permettre d'avoir une énergie trop chère, sinon nous le payerons en troubles sociaux et politiques. Pendant ce temps, la lutte contre le réchauffement climatique ne serait pas engagée. Alors, comment faire pour avoir une énergie plus propre, mais tout de même abordable? Mon pays, la France, a fait le choix d'engager un certain nombre d'investissements dans le nucléaire civil, qui, malgré les risques en termes de sûreté et de sécurité, reste une énergie décarbonée. Nous avons aussi résolument investi dans les énergies renouvelables, éolien, photovoltaïque, barrages hydroélectriques. Évidemment, ce sont des investissements lourds qui ne sont pas à la portée de l'ensemble des pays, surtout ceux qui ont des ressources limitées. J'appelle ici nos parlements à demander, chaque fois que l'occasion se présentera, un renforcement du Fonds vert pour le climat. En effet, ce mécanisme financier de l'Organisation des Nations Unies vise à transférer des fonds des pays les plus avancés à destination des pays les plus vulnérables pour mettre en place des projets combattant les effets des changements climatiques ou d'adaptation au changement climatique. Ce fonds vert est essentiel pour ne pas transférer la dette écologique que nous, pays du Nord, avons créée et pour qu'elle ne soit pas supportée d'abord par les pays du Sud. Je vous remercie de votre écoute.
شكرا. أود التنويه بأنه سيبدأ غدا الجلسة الصباحية للجمعية العامة 144 عند 9 صباحا، وستكون مخصصة حول البند الطارئ المقترح، ومن ثم سيتم استكمال النقاش العام عند الساعة 10:30 صباحا. شكرا لكم جميعا.
Where's the president's Bible? The CBs now. That's why. I'm sorry. I don't want to pressure.
Okay, well.
But anyway, I had 3 good nationalities and I chose the other.
Hello, Mr. President.
Hi.
Hi. This is the Bible. And this is the option.
Madam Speaker, you want that? Maybe this, they will not accept this one. 12 plus. They said that they will vote this one, and they have the support of the law. But it will not be enough. Yes, I saw Cecilia, Hortense, it's here. I will give the floor to you. But what is important to explain? Yes, but that I will say. You don't need to repeat. Because they express, yes, to explain the proposal. This is not you, this is a mistake. Okay. It's working now already.
Dear colleagues, may we go to our points of our agenda about consideration of requests for the inclusion of an emergency item in the agenda of the 144th Assembly of IPU. As you know, this is one of the most important moments of our Assembly, and so I ask you all attention and special participation.
Okay. Here are the items for you.
We received three proposals, and it is important to say that all of them about the situation in Ukraine. And I said that, as I said in my intervention, as Madam Speaker said in her intervention, because no one will understand outside our rooms, in our countries, if near 1,000 parliamentarians meet in Bali to discuss other issues, if forget the most important issue of the moment, that occupies the front page of all newspapers, the situation of Ukraine. And so we have three proposals. The first one, presented by Ukraine, proposed the item is Russia and Belarus aggression. Front page of all newspapers, the situation of Ukraine. And so we have three proposals. The first one, presented by Ukraine, proposed the item is Russia and Belarus aggression against Ukraine. Then we receive a proposal of Indonesia. The title is The Role of Parliaments in Supporting a Peaceful Resolution to the Russian-Ukraine Conflict. And New Zealand proposal, a peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine, respecting international law, the Charter of the United Nations and territorial integrity. But just one may be approved. And so I will give the floor to the Secretary General to explain to the new members, because the other ones know it quite well, how is the methodology of votes in our organization during this time of emergency item. Mr. Secretary General.
It's on. Hello. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. The procedure is that you will invite those who have proposed those proposals one after the other in the order in which the proposals were submitted to the Secretariat. You will listen to one person speaking in favor of those proposals, and if there are people who want to object to any of those proposals, they will be given the floor to speak against the proposal, one after the other. And when the three proposals have been presented, and at the end, if the three proposals are maintained, you will then call for a vote. And that vote, according to the rules, will be by roll call. The rules stipulate that for an emergency item to be adopted and put on the agenda of the Assembly, it has to have obtained 2/3 of the majority, or the 2/3 majority of the votes cast by the Assembly members. And in the case of several proposals, the one that will be accepted is the one that has obtained the 2/3 majority and also the most votes. Mr. President, as you have said, only one item may be placed on the agenda of the Assembly as an emergency item. Regarding the voting entitlements, each delegation present here is entitled to a number of votes, though there is a table indicating how many votes each delegation may cast, depending on a number of criteria that are defined in the rules. And I do take it that you all have that table in front of you and that you know how many votes you will be able to cast in each of in the voting on each of the proposals that will be put to the vote. So once that initial phase of explanation of the proposals has been concluded, Mr. President, and in the event of several proposals still being on the table, then you will call for a vote. Otherwise, if there is just one item that remains on the table, then you don't need to do a roll call vote. The Assembly will be called upon to adopt that proposal by acclamation. So that is how, Mr. President, this Assembly will be called upon to proceed at this particular stage to adopt an emergency item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. It's always important to present the methodology of vote. I know that for many of us that attending the meetings of IPU for a long time, it's a repetition, but in all our assemblies we have new colleagues attending, and we need to explain, because it is not easy to explain our system of vote. Dear colleagues, so it's clear that one person may present the item and another one, just one, is our statute what is saying, may speak against. So we have three proposals, and we need to begin for the first one, of course. That was presented on 16th of March by Ukraine. And I will call the representative of Ukraine to present a proposal. It will be in a virtual way, by video, and we will give the floor to our colleague. You have the floor, Lesia.
Thank you. And hello, colleagues, albeit from such very unconditional surroundings, unusual surroundings. Unfortunately, I am unable to be present with you as I travel now along the Ukraine-Polish border to cross into Ukraine with humanitarian aid for my country. And I cannot cross at the normal border crossing because we have information that the Belarusian forces and army will be actually invading Ukraine along the Ukraine-Belarusian border. So with that, I would like to make the appeal to you as a member of the Assembly, as a president of the IPU Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, and also as a member of Parliament of Ukraine, to tell you a little bit of what is going on in Ukraine. At the moment, we are in war. This is not a conflict. This is not a situation. This is an all-out war of aggression waged by Russia on Ukraine. Other than that, Ukrainians, we don't have a problem with Russians. Our only problem is that the Russian Federation and their troops and their army are killing Ukrainians, are killing Ukrainian women and children, are putting Ukrainian members of parliament like myself on special red and black lists. The red list is for those to be killed straight away as soon as the Russian troops get to us. The black list is for those to be taken hostage to Moscow or elsewhere to be tortured. This is the truth, this is the sad truth, the sad reality in which I and 426 of my colleagues have been living in for the last 26 days. This is the 26th day of war. and of living in the war zone. For this, I ask all of you to support a resolution unanimously in the same way as the United Nations General Assembly has done on the 1st of March, when 141 countries have voted for the condemnation of the war of aggression waged by the Russian Federation against Ukraine. For this, I ask you that the resolution that you will be considering and voting on today shall include those very terms as seen in and as envisaged in the UN General Assembly and other international documents that have been voted on so many assemblies of which you or your colleagues or your governments are part of. With this, I understand that we must stand united against this plague of aggression, against this crime, which is affecting not just Ukraine, but the whole framework of security and defense in the world as we know it today. It's not just about Ukraine or Russia. It's about a country attempting to go back to the practice of empires, a practice that has been long forgotten and that should stay in history books, not have their way back into the 21st century. We must stop this as a community of parliamentarians, as a and as the international community. With that, I would like to inform that the Ukrainian delegation is withdrawing our proposal for the resolution on the emergency item in favor of the New Zealand resolution that has been drafted by a number of you in the assembly in Bali with the participation from our part. And with that, we would ask you, on behalf of the Ukrainian delegation and of the 44 million people of Ukraine who are now risking their lives for freedom of the world, we ask you to support this New Zealand resolution and to vote on it and condemn once and for all the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine and against the whole of the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against?
There is no proposal to speak against.
Okay. The Secretary General, we are right. As the proposal, as Ukraine withdraw the proposal, there is no possibility that someone speaks against something that was a withdrawal. You are right. And so we go to the second proposal by Indonesia on 20th of March. Mr. Zon will propose, yes.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. The Interparliamentary Union, IPU, was established to be the bridge builder, and we base our organization on the foundation of parliamentary democracy. So therefore, we would like to submit the role of Parliament the role of parliaments in supporting a peaceful resolution to the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, because we are the parliamentarians and we represent the people. This proposed emergency item aims to highlight the urgent need to enhance Parliament solidarity through effective parliamentary diplomacy and human rights to address the overarching conflicts that have threatened peace, democracy, and human rights all over the world. In crisis and conflict situations, parliaments have a fundamental role to play in resolving the conflict or building lasting peace through dialogue and reconciliation processes. The Interparliamentary Union is the global organization of national parliaments working for peace, democracy, and human rights through political dialogue, cooperation, and parliamentary action, and is responsible for ensuring that our work is at the service of the people for peace and development. In line with the IPU strategy for 2022-2026, collective parliamentary action on strengthening peace and security is imperative. Today, the world is witnessing protracted conflict and violence which have pushed millions into dependence on humanitarian assistance. This has been exacerbated by the infringement of international laws and the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. As the world struggles to recover from the pandemic, we are deeply concerned by the recent Russian-Ukrainian conflict, which has caused disruption to millions of civilian lives and thousands of military casualties. This situation has also forced millions of people to flee the country, which has led to worsening humanitarian crisis. The conflict has also had multiple effects leading to economic downturn and social chaos, which creates further complexities. Its impact has transcended administrative borders and become pervasive across the region. So in response to this situation, Parliament's collective action in promoting respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty is critical to ensure a conducive environment for peaceful dialogue to take place and the safe passage of all civilians, regardless of their national, ethnic, and racial backgrounds. More importantly, parliamentary diplomacy is playing an increasingly important role in peace initiatives and conflict prevention efforts. In this regard, it is important for the global parliamentary community to support efforts in stopping the war, de-escalating the situation, ensuring a peaceful resolution to the conflict, and facilitating humanitarian assistance for people in need, especially women, children, and elderly, and other vulnerable groups, and establishing a secure humanitarian corridor to allow safe passage. Therefore, IPU members must encourage the respective governments to refrain from the use of military force and promote feasible solutions to end the conflict. To follow up on this matter, it is recommended that the IPU establish a task force on the situation in Ukraine, led by the IPU and comprising members from concerned but impartial IPU member parliaments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I ask if someone wishes to present Poland. You can, from your seat, to express your reservation to this proposal. Is possible, allow me, just a second please. Is possible to have the image of the speaker on the screen? Because if there is no, you can to the podium. Everyone needs to see who is, okay.
Yes. Dear colleagues, in behalf of the group 12+, I am against this proposal of Indonesia. Why? It's very easy. This is not ordinary conflict. This is war. This is war. This is unprovoked, unjustified military aggression against Ukraine. It's a full-scale war, unlike anything Europe has seen since World War II. And this aggression is danger, not only for Europe, not only for Ukraine, for all Europe and for all the world. and all the countries, all the continents will have the consequences of this war in economic level, migration level, climate change level, everything. That's why we are against. We support this New Zealand proposal.
Thank you. Now to the proposal 3 from New Zealand, presented on the 21st of March. I will give the floor to our colleague, Louisa Wall.
Which one? Yeah? Okay. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, tēnā koutou katoa. Mr. President, dear friends and colleagues, as a representative of the New Zealand Parliament, we could not be more distant from the conflict in Ukraine. Unlike our colleague Lesia Vasilenko and her colleagues, and like all of us, we can only do what we can do to support our Ukrainian citizens who need our help to meet their immediate and basic humanitarian needs, and to stop the destruction of homes, of communities, of the Ukrainian way of life. And therefore, in the spirit of the IPU commitment to democracy for everyone, New Zealand has proposed this emergency item: peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine, respecting international law, the Charter of the UN, and territorial integrity. This title was so eloquently articulated on this stage last night by Her Excellency Dr. H.C. Puan Maharani, that underpins our international rules-based system. So, with drafting support from colleagues representing Ukraine and Indonesia, we propose this emergency item. This will ensure the intent of both of these proposals are respected here at this 144th IPU. We ask that we come together in the spirit of unity to ensure a dialogue about the situation in Ukraine in a manner that helps to seek a diplomatic solution, helps to bring about the cessation of hostilities, helps to advocate for peace. We are part of the solution. As parliamentarians, as part of the IPU, an organisation that is 133 years old, please support our proposal that enables all of us to support the Ukraine and Indonesian emergency item proposals. Finally, a thank you to our wonderful Indonesian hosts. May peace be with us all. Kia ora.
Dear colleagues, now I ask if, on the same criterion, if someone wishes to speak against that proposal. South Africa. Now there is just one, maybe you can understand yourselves, because in accordance with our statutes, it's just one in favor and one against. And so, if I saw two, if you talk each other to understand who will speak against. South Africa? Okay. South Africa.
No, thank you very much, President. We stand to speak against the emergency item as proposed by New Zealand, and state from the beginning that a much more measured and sensible motion is the one that was introduced by Indonesia, because it specifies just exactly what has to be done by the Inter-Parliamentary Union, a task force that should make practical interventions and encourage dialogue in resolving the conflict in Ukraine. The motion that is proposed by New Zealand already comes with some conclusive remarks in terms of their characterization of what is happening in that part of the world, without due regard and consideration of the geopolitics that are said to be the reasons for the conflict to happen in the manner that it is. So as a representative body, a multilateral institution that reflects different perspectives from different parts of the world, the most sensible thing to could do is to work on the basis of a balanced, sensible, and properly measured intervention and guidance of the motion that is presented by Indonesia, instead of one that comes with conclusive remarks and observations which ignores the dynamics that have led to the conflict. There are so many issues that are, of course, contentious in relation to the motion itself. So let's look into it differently. I think that let's take the Indonesia approach so that there is a balanced discussion, not a one-sided conclusive remarks that ignore, of course, the geopolitical issues that have been raised on several occasions. So we stand opposed to the New Zealand motion and support the one that is proposed by Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, we have two proposals, and in accordance with our statutes, as the Secretary General explained, if you have just one, it's done. We have two, we need to go to the vote process. And so, to go to the process vote, Ambassador Under Philip will begin the process. Everyone may be seated. As you know, you vote 100 votes for the first one. First one is the proposal of Indonesia. The proposed B is the proposal of New Zealand.
Mr. President, with your permission, we will therefore start the vote for the emergency item. We would kindly ask all the delegates, so as to make this as smooth and as timely as possible, to please keep quiet in the room. I do not intend to repeat your vote, so please speak into the microphone, if possible in English, French, or Spanish, so that my colleagues can very clearly note your vote. And we will start with the first country in alphabetical order seated in this room, the Czech Republic. You have 13 votes. So for the proposal by Indonesia, please. Proposal by New Zealand, please. Thank you. Democratic Republic of the Congo, you have 17 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia, please.
La proposition de la Nouvelle-Zélande.
So you have 17 votes. With regard to the proposal by Indonesia, do you vote for or against?
Contre.
17 votes against. On the proposal by New Zealand, 17 votes in favor. Seventeen votes in favor. Thank you. Denmark, 12 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia, please.
12 votes against Indonesia.
On the proposal by New Zealand.
12 votes for New Zealand.
Thank you very much. Djibouti absent, Dominican Republic absent. Ecuador, you have 13 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia, please.
Indonesia, el voto de Ecuador es en contra.
13 against. On the proposal by New Zealand.
A favor de la propuesta de Nueva Zelanda.
13 in favor. Thank you. Egypt, you have 20 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia.
20 votes for,
Proposal by New Zealand.
20 votes abstention.
Thank you. Equatorial Guinea absent. Estonia, 11 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia.
11 votes against.
Proposal by New Zealand.
11 votes in favor of peace. I mean New Zealand.
Thank you. Eswatini, absent. Ethiopia, absent. Finland, 12 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia, please.
Gracias. 12 votos en contra.
Proposal by New Zealand.
12 votos a favor de paz y Nueva Zelanda.
Thank you. France, vous avez 18 votes. Proposition par Indonésie.
18 contre.
Proposition par la Nouvelle-Zélande.
18 pour. Et merci de parler en français, c'est gentil.
Merci. Germany, 19 votes. Proposal by Indonesia.
19 votes against.
Proposal by New Zealand.
19 votes in favor.
Thank you. Ghana, 14 votes. Proposal by Indonesia.
19 votes against.
Ghana, you have 14 votes.
14 against Indonesia, 14 in favor of New Zealand, and in favor of peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana. Greece, 13 votes. Proposal by Indonesia, please.
13 votes against.
Proposal by New Zealand.
13 votes in favor.
Thank you. We have Guinea next. 13 votes, please. Proposal by Indonesia.
13 voix contre.
Proposal by New Zealand.
13 voix pour.
Thank you. Guyana. Iceland, you have 8 votes. Proposal by Indonesia.
8 votes against.
Proposal by New Zealand.
8 votes for New Zealand.
8 votes in favor. Thank you. India, you have 23 votes. Proposal by Indonesia.
We abstain.
13 abstention. 23 abstention. Proposal by New Zealand.
We abstain.
Abstention. Indonesia, 22 votes. Proposal by Indonesia.
Indonesia, 20 votes in favor.
22 votes in favor. And proposal by New Zealand.
22 against.
Thank you. Iran, 19 votes. Proposal by Indonesia, please.
19 votes in favor.
Proposal by New Zealand. The microphone, please.
10 votes against.
Thank you. Italy, 10 votes.
10 votes in favor of New Zealand against Indonesia.
Thank you. Japan, 20 votes. Proposal by Indonesia.
インドネシアの提案は危険です。20票危険です。インドネシア危険。ジャパン。ジャパン。
20 votes on the proposal by Indonesia, please. Abstention. Proposal by New Zealand. In favor, 20 votes in favor. Israel, 12 votes. Proposal by Indonesia.
But Indonesia, 10 against, 2 abstains. New Zealand, 12 in favor. The Ukraine, 7 in favor, 5 against.
Thank you very much. The Ukrainian proposal has been withdrawn. So Israel, 12 votes in favor of the proposal by New Zealand. And we have the vote on the proposal by Indonesia. Indonesia, it was 10 in favor, 2 abstentions. Yeah. Thank you. Jordan, absent. Kazakhstan, 13 votes. Proposal by Indonesia.
13 voix pour la proposition indonésienne et 13 abstentions pour la New Zealand.
Thank you. Kenya, 15 votes. Proposal by Indonesia. Absent. Kuwait, 11 votes. Proposal by Indonesia.
In favor.
11 in favor. Proposal by New Zealand.
Abstention.
11 abstention. Laos, you have 12 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia, please.
12 votes for abstention.
12 votes abstention. And proposal by New Zealand, please.
12 votes abstention.
Thank you. Latvia, 9 votes. Proposal by Indonesia.
9 votes against.
Proposal by New Zealand.
9 votes in favor.
Thank you. Madagascar, Malawi, absent. Malaysia, Maldives, you have 10 votes. Proposal by Indonesia.
We would like to abstain, use our 10 votes in abstention of the Indonesian proposal.
Abstention for Indonesia.
And we would like to vote in favor of the New Zealand proposal on the emergency item.
10 votes in favor. Thank you. Malta, 8 votes on the proposal by Indonesia, please.
8 votes, abstention, Indonesia, 8 votes in favor, New Zealand.
Thank you. Mauritius, 11 votes on the proposal by Indonesia, please.
Abstention, 11 votes.
Abstention, proposal by New Zealand.
11 votes in favor.
In favor, thank you. Mexico, 18 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
Para Indonesia, 8 a favor.
8
a favor. Y 10 para Nueva Zelanda a favor.
You have 18 votes.
Yes.
So all of them are in favor of Indonesia?
No. 8 Indonesia a favor, 8 a favor. Indonesia 8 and 10, 10 para Nueva Zelanda.
The distinguished delegate of Mexico, we will vote on each individual proposal for which you cast all your votes.
No pueden ser todos a favor. Entonces, no, entonces, ¿qué hacemos? Ok. Entonces, a favor los 18 para Nueva Zelanda o para... Ok, 18 a favor para Nueva Zelanda.
So 18 votes in favor of New Zealand.
Yes.
And in regards to the Indonesia proposal,
Y ahí sería entonces 0 en contra. Abstención.
we did it.
Yes.
Abstention in regard to the proposal by Indonesia. Thank you. We move on to Monaco. Is Monaco in the room? Yes, you have 10 votes on the proposal by Indonesia, please.
10 votes contre.
On the proposal by New Zealand?
10, 2 fois 5, 10 voix contre.
I'm sorry, we have trouble hearing you. If we can get a microphone. So again, on the proposal by Indonesia, please.
10 voix contre.
10 against, and on the proposal by New Zealand.
10 voix pour.
10 in favor, thank you. Morocco, 15 votes on the proposal by absent. Mozambique.
Mozambique. Use this microphone, sir.
13, you have 13 votes on the proposal by Indonesia, please.
Abstenção.
13 abstention, proposal by New Zealand.
Abstenção.
Abstention. Namibia, you have 11 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
In support.
11 in favor, and on the proposal by New Zealand.
Abstention.
11 abstention. Nepal, 14 votes on the proposal by Indonesia, absent. Netherlands, 13 votes on the proposal by Indonesia. And on the proposal by New Zealand. New Zealand, 12 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
12 votes against.
Proposal by New Zealand.
12 votes in favour.
Thank you. Niger, 13 votes. Pour la proposition d'Indonésie.
Indonésie, 13.
13 en faveur.
En faveur, oui.
Et pour la proposition de la Nouvelle-Zélande.
Zéro. Zero.
We cannot hear you.
Zero.
So that means against, yes? 13 against or abstention?
Contre.
Contre, okay. Nigeria, 20 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia, please.
Nigeria, 20 votes in favor.
On the proposal by New Zealand.
20 votes totally against.
Norway, 12 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia, please.
12 votes against the proposal of Indonesia.
And on the proposal by New Zealand.
12 votes in favor of the proposal of New Zealand.
Thank you. Oman, 11 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia.
نحن مع 11 صوت مع اقتراح اندونيسيا و11 صوت ضد اقتراح نيوزيلندا.
Thank you. Pakistan, 21 votes. Paraguay, You have 8 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
En contra de Indonesia.
And on the proposal by New Zealand.
Los 8 votos de Paraguay a favor de Nueva Zelanda.
Thank you. Philippines, 8 votes on the proposal by Indonesia. Poland, 15 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
10 votes against.
10 votes against and
15 votes against, and for New Zealand, 15 votes in favor.
Thank you very much. Poland, 13 votes on the proposal by Indonesia. Portugal. You have 13 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
13 votes against.
And on the proposal by New Zealand.
13 votes in favor.
Thank you. Qatar. On the, you have 11 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
With it, we are with Indonesia. 11 points.
Disodorin aja, nggak apa-apa, sodorin aja.
I'm sorry, this is not coming through. Can you repeat your votes on the proposal by Indonesia?
نحن مع مقترح إندونيسيا. 11 in favor. 11 in favor.
11 in favor on the proposal by New Zealand.
Indonesia. New Zealand abstention. امتناع.
11 abstentions. Republic of Korea, 17 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia, no. Rwanda, 10 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia.
10 votes against.
And on the proposal by New Zealand.
10 votes in favor.
Thank you. San Marino, you have 10 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia, please.
10 votes against.
And on the proposal by New Zealand?
10 votes in favor.
Thank you. Sao Tome e Principe, no. Saudi Arabia? No. Senegal? Seychelles? Seychelles, you have 10 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia, please.
Okay, 10 votes abstention.
And on the proposal by New Zealand?
10 votes for respecting international law, the Charter of the United Nations, and the territorial integrity.
10 in favor. Sierra Leone, you have 11 votes. South Africa, we move on. South Africa, 17 votes on the proposal by Indonesia. 17 in favor. On the proposal by New Zealand. Against. South Sudan, Spain. Spain, you have 16 votes. Sri Lanka, Suriname, Sweden. Sweden, you have 13
You have
votes.
Suriname here, okay.
On the proposal by Indonesia, please.
Yeah, Suriname.
Oh, I'm sorry. Suriname is in the room.
Yes,
Excuse me,
Suriname
I
is
can't
in the
see
room.
you from here. 1 MP.
Yeah.
On the proposal by Indonesia, please.
5-4, 5 abstention.
5-4, 5 abstention. And on the proposal by New Zealand?
7-4, 3 abstention.
7-4, 3 abstention.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Sweden, 13 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia?
13 against.
Proposal by New Zealand?
13 in favor.
Thank you. Switzerland, 12 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia?
12 votes against.
Proposal by New Zealand.
12 votes in favor.
Thank you. Syria. Syria, you have 13 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia, please.
13 صوتا مع اقتراح اندونيسيا 13 صوت ضد مقترح نيوزيلندا.
Noted. Thank you. Thailand, 18 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
18 votes in favor for Indonesian proposal, and for New Zealand proposal, abstention.
Abstention on the proposal by New Zealand. Timor-Leste. Togo. Turkey. 19 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
Thank you. For Indonesian proposal, 9 in favor, 10 abstention. And for the New Zealand proposal, 19 in favor.
Are there 20s in the room? Okay. Noted, thank you. We go back to Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste, you have 11 votes on the proposal by Indonesia, please.
4 vote in favor of Indonesia, 7 against. 7 vote in favor of New Zealand proposal, and 4 against.
Okay. And on the proposal by New Zealand?
7 vote in favor of New Zealand proposal, and 4 votes against.
The same thing, 7 and 4. Just so that my colleagues are 100% clear, for the first proposal on Indonesia, can you please repeat your vote?
4 vote in favor of Indonesian proposal, 7 against.
Noted, thank you. Uganda. We move on to the last page. United Arab Emirates, you have 11 votes on the proposal by Indonesia, please.
11 in favor.
And proposal by New Zealand?
Against, 11.
Thank you. United Kingdom, 18 votes on the proposal by Indonesia, please.
18 votes against Indonesia.
And proposal by New Zealand?
18 votes in favor of New Zealand.
Thank you. Tanzania, 17 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
Proposal by Indonesia, 17 votes in favor.
And
proposal by New Zealand, 17 votes abstention.
Thank you. Uruguay, 10 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
Uruguay, 10 votos contra Indonesia.
And proposal by New Zealand.
10 votos a favor de New Zealand.
Thank you. Uzbekistan, Vietnam, you have 19 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
19 votes in favor of Indonesia and 19 votes abstentions for New Zealand proposal.
Thank you. Yemen, 11 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
Yemen, 11 votes supporting the Indonesian proposal with, and Yemen, 11 votes against the New Zealand proposal.
Noted. Thank you. Zambia, 13 votes on the proposal by Indonesia, please.
On Indonesia, 3 votes in favor, 3 votes in favor. And the other 10 New Zealand, for New Zealand.
My colleague will explain. For each proposal, please, we will need to cast the full allocation of votes. So 13 votes to be cast on the proposal by Indonesia.
On Indonesia, 3 votes in favor, 10 abstention.
3 in favor, 10 abstention. And on the proposal by New Zealand?
New Zealand, 10 in favor, 3 abstention.
10 in favor, 3 abstentions. Thank you.
Never again go together with
Zimbabwe, you have 13 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia, please.
Thank you. 13 in favor of Indonesia.
And on the proposal by New Zealand?
13 against.
Thank you. Afghanistan, Algeria. Algeria, vous avez 16 votes. Pour la proposition d'Indonésie, s'il vous plaît.
16 صوت لصالح اقتراح اندونيسيا. Oke, mungkin ketutupan sama masker ya, kecil banget tadi suaranya.
16 in favor, and on the proposal by New Zealand?
بالنسبة لاقتراح نيوزيلندا 16 صوت امتناع. 16 voix abstention.
16 abstention. Thank you. Andorra, you have 10 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia, please.
10 votes pour la proposition de l'Indonésie et 10 votes contre, 10 votes contre la proposition de l'Indonésie et 10 votes pour la proposition de Nouvelle-Zélande. Merci.
Noted. Thank you. Angola, you have 14 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia, please.
Angola, 14 in favor.
And on the proposal by New Zealand?
14 abstention.
14 abstention. Armenia, 11 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia?
11 in favor.
For goodness sake, excuse me, Madam. Sorry.
Thank you. In favor.
11 in favor of the proposal by Indonesia, and on the proposal by New Zealand, please.
Abstention.
11 abstention. Australia, 14 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
14 votes against the Indonesian proposal.
And on the proposal by New Zealand?
14 votes in favour.
Thank you. Austria, 12 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia, please.
12 votes against.
And on the proposal by New Zealand?
12 votes in favor.
Bahrain, 11 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia?
11 in favor.
And on the proposal by New Zealand?
11 against.
Bangladesh, 20 votes. Belarus, 13 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia?
13 votes in favor of Indonesia.
And on the proposal by New Zealand?
13 votes against New Zealand.
Noted. Belgium, 13 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia?
13 votes against the proposal of Indonesia.
And on the proposal by New Zealand?
13 votes in favor of the proposal of New Zealand.
Thank you. Benin, vous avez 12 voix pour la proposition de 10 voix pour la proposition d'Indonésie.
Je ne vote pas. Ah, il veut pas, vous ne voulez pas voter?
Absent. There are no MPs from the delegation of Benin. We move on to Bolivia. 12 votes on the proposal by, no, Botswana.
Botswana?
Yes.
Yes, we have Botswana in the room. You have 11 votes on the proposal, please, by Indonesia.
10 against.
You have 11 votes. Is there only one MP?
11,
Yes, okay.
11 against.
So, I'm sorry, my apologies. As there is only one delegate, you are entitled to 10 votes. 10 votes.
No, we are not one. I mean,
There are 2 MPs in the room, okay. So then you have 11 votes. We repeat, 11 votes, please, on the proposal by Indonesia.
11 against.
And on the proposal by New Zealand?
11 in favor.
Thank you. Bulgaria, 10 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
10 votes against and 10 votes in favor of the proposal of New Zealand. Thank you.
Noted, thank you. Cabo Verde, 10 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
10 votes in the in abstention of proposal Indonesia's proposal. 10 votes in favor of New Zealand proposal.
Thank you. Cambodia, 11 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
Cambodia, 11 votes in favor for Indonesia proposal and abstention for New Zealand proposal.
Okay, 11 abstention on the proposal by New Zealand. Cameroon, Chad, Chile, 13 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
13 votos en contra de Indonesia
And on the proposal by New Zealand.
y 13 votos a favor de Nueva Zelanda.
Thank you. China, 23 votes on the proposal by Indonesia, please.
23 votes in favor.
And on the proposal by New Zealand.
23 votes abstention.
Thank you. Croatia. Croatia, you have 10 votes on the proposal by Indonesia.
Against the proposal of Indonesia.
10 against. And on the proposal by New Zealand.
4 in
10
favor.
In favor. Thank you. Now, we've gone through the room. I understand there are a few delegations that have not voted yet. Malawi. Is Malawi now in the room? Yes, Malawi, you have one delegate in the room. You are entitled to 10 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia, please. Just a moment, we're bringing a microphone.
You are, Madam, please.
Thank you. On the proposal for Indonesia, against?
10 against. And on the proposal by New Zealand?
10 in favor.
Noted. Thank you. Then I understand we have Jordan, which has not voted. Jordan, you have 2 delegates in the room. You are entitled to 12 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia, please.
According to Indonesia's suggestion,
12 in favor.
we have 12 votes in favor.
And on the proposal by
According
New Zealand?
to New Zealand suggestion, abstention.
On the proposal by New Zealand, 12 abstention. And I believe, thank you. And I believe we have Senegal, 1 delegate in the room. You are entitled to 10 votes. On the proposal by Indonesia, la proposition de l'Indonésie. So 10 votes in favor of the proposal by Indonesia, 10 votes against the proposal by New Zealand. I understand we have Australia.
Yes, there's actually only 1 delegate in the room at the moment.
Okay,
so just to be clear, 10 against Indonesia and 10 in favour of New Zealand.
Thank you very much. So for Australia, we have a correction. There is 1 delegate in the room, 10 votes against Indonesia, and 10 votes in favor of the proposal by New Zealand. Thank you. And for my colleagues and for the record, we are also making a correction to the vote by China. I understand there are 2 delegates in the room, therefore entitled to 20 votes. So we replace the 23 with 20. 23 in favor and 20 in favor and 10 abstentions. Is there any other delegation which has not yet voted? Okay, it appears, Mr. President, that all delegations have voted and the voting can therefore be considered as closed.
Thank you, Ambassador Philip. So, we now close the vote and we wait a few seconds to obtain the result. Martin, we are waiting. You can explain the procedure to the draft committee. Yes. Yes, of course, but then people will. I will give the floor to the Secretary General in this, because we are waiting the votes, a few seconds or a few minutes, but it's better to wait. Assuming that one will be approved, I will ask the Secretary General to explain how will be the procedure of the draft committee of the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you say, assuming that there will be an emergency item, hopefully, the procedure is as follows. Tomorrow there will be a general debate on this emergency item, in this same room from 9 to 10:30, during which the various delegations will have the opportunity to speak to that emergency item, as is always the case. And then the Assembly will strike a drafting committee according to the normal process. That is, the geopolitical groups will be entitled to nominate candidates for a drafting committee that will then meet in the afternoon of tomorrow to prepare a draft resolution on the basis of the one that will have been approved by you as the emergency item. The finalized draft of the emergency item will then, of the resolution, will then be tabled before the Assembly during a session on Wednesday, dedicated to the adoption of the resolution on the emergency item. And the normal process for adopting the resolution, any resolution in the Assembly, will apply in this particular case. I hope that is clear, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Secretary General. I have the votes already. So, dear colleagues, the proposal presented by Indonesia, positive votes 376, negative votes 472 against, abstentions 162. So, more negative than positive, the proposal was rejected. Propose B from New Zealand. Positive votes 588. Negative votes 177. Abstentions 245. Total yes and no. Please be careful because it's necessary two thirds. Total yes and no, 765 votes. Two thirds means 510. Positive more than two thirds was approved. So we have one emergency item approved, the proposal of New Zealand. So, dear colleagues, the proposal was approved and the debate will happen tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. 3 minutes for each intervention. And please be here at that time. We need to begin on time. And if this is an emergency item, it's important to have the participation of so many of you as possible. So I will close our work for today. See you tomorrow.